This is a recording of the Friday seminar section of the AIA's 50th anniversary conference held at the University of Bath in September 2023, which was chaired by Zoe Arthurs. The seminar was opened with a welcome by Professor David Perrett, which was unfortunately not recorded. The recording opens, therefore, with a presentation by Joanne Curtin of the Young Archaeologists Club. This is followed by 4 further presentations: Industrial Archaeology and Higher Education by Juan Manuel Cano Sanchez, Writing for Publication by Emma Lockwood from our publisher Taylor and Francis, The Benefits of Volunteering by Chris Barker from our Community Project Award winner Dawes Twineworks, and finally a talk by Vanessa Rulig, Early Career Success, a case study about the Toneworks in Wellington, Somerset. The day concluded with an open discussion between the audience and the panel of speakers on the subject, how do we get young or new people into industrial archaeology?
Hello, everybody. Zoe, thank you for inviting me for the second time. My name is Dr. Jo Kern. I am the Delivery and Engagement Manager with the Council for British Archaeology, and I lead on all our youth engagement work. Zoe asked me here to talk about the Young Archaeologists Club, which will form the majority of what I'm going to talk about. But depending on how quick or slow I am talking, I also thought it'd be a good opportunity to talk about the broader youth engagement work we do at the CBA, which is specifically geared to 16 to 25-year-olds, which I believe is a target audience going forward for the AIA. So this is just a quick overview of my lecture today. What is the CBA? I assume some of you already know what the Council for British Archaeology is, but I'm aware there are others in the audience who may not. And we'll also look at what the Young Archaeologists Club is, who are our members and our volunteers, what types of activities and resources does the YAC use to engage young people, particularly within the age range of 8 to 16. And then ways that the association might encourage young people to learn more about industrial archaeology and get that buy-in at an early age, so that hopefully then they come through and join the association when they're a bit older. We'll also look at how we conduct our volunteer support and training, because that's a big part of making the YAC a success, and also how we partner with external organisations to make it a success as well. And as I said, if we get a chance, I'd like to talk to you a bit more about the broader CBA youth engagement, particularly our youth voice and youth governance work, because I know there's a bit of crossover with the group that Zoe's involved with. So without further ado, can you hear me okay, by the way? Okay. So what is the Council for British Archaeology? The Council for the British Archaeology, CBA, an unfortunate acronym, I know, is an educational charity working throughout the UK. So we're in all 4 of the home nations to help people of all backgrounds experience and participate in archaeology. We are very much focused on public engagement and encouraging everyone who's got an interest, or even who don't know they've got an interest in archaeology, to get involved. We aim to champion archaeology in all its forms, bringing together community groups, commercial units, academics and heritage organisations to create and share opportunities to discover, take part and be inspired by archaeology. I stole that from the website, so hopefully it won't be so wordy from now on. We have 5 core strands. So the CBA is a membership organisation. So we have a small annual fee, I think it's about £45 now, that members pay, and that gives them access to things like the British Archaeology magazine, which I'll talk a little bit more about, and various other activities and events. But it's also about supporting us as an organisation, as a charity, to champion archaeology and support things like the Young Archaeologists Club. We also have 270 organisational members. Not sure if the AIA is, but yeah, good. We call them affiliates. And we support 11 CBA groups who are actually all independent charities themselves, but we work with them and coordinate them to deliver activities and support in their own geographic areas. We run a series of CBA events. Hopefully, most of you have heard of the Festival of Archaeology. That happens at the end of July. And this runs across the UK. These are online and in-person events run by ourselves, but also organisations like yourselves, individuals. Our YAC groups do bits and bobs. Last year, I think we ran about 500 events. We had 200 resources uploaded, and we had a social media reach of 70 million. So it's a bit of a beast in terms of kind of getting archaeology out there and spreading the word. So if you're not already involved in Festival of Archaeology, certainly as the association, I would recommend taking a look at what you can get involved with. It's a really good platform. We also run things like the Archaeological Achievement Awards, which recognises the great and the good within the archaeological sector, and then the Marsh Community Archaeology Awards, which recognises community archaeology and also recognises young people. Our three other strands is our casework and advocacy. So the CBA is one of 7 national amenity societies, and we look after and respond to planning, permissions, looking after listed buildings. Sometimes we approve and put our support behind things, and other times we question and query whether that's the right approach. And together with the other amenity societies, we are the joint committee of the national amenity societies, and we also work with the public to support them in their research and advocacy. CBA publications, hopefully some of you know the British Archaeology magazine. It's been running for a very long time, and I don't know if you like current archaeology, but we say it's the foremost archaeological magazine in the UK. We also publish specialised books and papers, particularly those that might not get a normal kind of publication run because they're quite niche. And we have websites and a huge social media following, which we use to kind of disseminate and speak to different audiences. And finally, what we're here to talk about today is youth engagement. And as I said, this is something that I lead on. We have the CBA's Young Archaeologists Club, which is our flagship youth engagement project. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But we also have wider youth engagement projects. And that's something that we're developing and growing, which are aimed at generally 16 plus. So the Young Archaeologists Club, out of interest, who's heard of YAC before? Oh, that's very positive. I wasn't sure. So a little bit of background. So the Young Archaeologists Club, also known as YAC, is the only UK-wide club where 8 to 16-year-olds can participate in real archaeology and discover why it matters. It was actually founded in 1972 as a young rescue, and we have a nice little scrapbook from one of their holidays that we found in the archives recently. So I thought I'd just throw that up there for a bit of nostalgia. It's run by over 500 volunteers, supported by the CBA, particularly myself and my colleague Rachel. And the network at the moment runs around 75 clubs. And I say circa 75 because we're still recovering from COVID. So that number's fluctuating as people kind of decide if they want to carry on. But thankfully, we've had an upsurge in applications. So we think we'll hit the 80 mark by the end of the year. And that supports around 2,000 members from across the UK. And I've just put a little map up off the website just to give you an indication of that spread. So we've got about 55 English clubs, 6 Welsh, 1 Northern Irish, and 10 Scottish, and then a few more that have yet to reopen. But it's a decent spread, but there are some black holes that we'd like to fill. Funding is generally provided by grant-making organisations such as Historic England, CADU, and the Historic Environment Scotland. Primarily Historic England give the chunk of the money, thank you. But we also get support from donations, and some of our groups also charge subs, a bit like you would for kind of guides and scouts and such. But we also have a huge in-kind contribution from our volunteers. So pre-COVID, so 2019-20, we estimated that our contribution by volunteers is in the mark of around £400,000. So, you know, we heavily rely on volunteers. So YAC groups, no one group is exactly the same. They all have their own personalities, but we do have different types of YAC groups. That's largely to make it as easy as possible for different organisations, individuals or communities to run a club. So flexibility is key for us. It's also to allow to meet the differing needs of young people in different areas. So the traditional one is CBA managed YAC branches, or clubs, depending on how you want to refer to them. These are generally run by volunteers and supported by us at the CBA. So we provide their insurance, child protection, safeguarding systems, and more. And we also have affiliated YAC branches, which are run by local established education providers, museum services, for example, and they provide their own insurance, child protection, etc. And those were the main two that we had until the last 2 or 3 years. But we began to see an uptick in interest from schools. Now, traditionally, we've always couched YAC as an informal learning setting. So we've avoided schools, we've avoided tying it to the curriculum because we felt and found that a lot of our volunteers found that quite overwhelming. But with this particular interest from teachers and the fact that a lot of our resources, which I'll talk a bit more about later, were being downloaded in their thousands by teachers, we thought actually we're going to try something with schools, partly to try and engage new audiences, to try and kind of diversify our members, but also our volunteers. And again, I'll talk a little bit more about that soon. So we launched our after school YAC branches, I think it was in 2021. So it was in between the first and second wave of COVID. And these are run by teachers in school settings. Whereas our traditional branches run usually once a month for half a day, the after school YAC branches tend to run for a term, and they'll do them once a week. And they're proving really popular. Now we've kind of got all the paperwork sorted. So they're popping up all over the place. And the other one that we launched was online only. So we have 2 groups, a Welsh-based one and a Scottish-based one with Archaeology Scotland. And the reason we opened these was partly due to COVID, but partly due to feedback from Scotland and Wales YAC leaders and members who were trying to join, but they didn't have a group near them. So we find that things like rurality is quite an issue in parts of Wales and Scotland, as I'm sure you're aware. So we thought we'd have a go at setting these groups up. So now we have 2 really successful ones, and we're going to start kind of trialing them maybe for Northern Ireland and in some regions for England as well. But we've also found that a mix of in-person and online activity works really, really well, depending on the makeup of your YAC group. So I thought it'd be really useful to look at who are our members. Because every October or thereabouts, we run a census of who are our YAC members. It's not every member, it's not every leader, it is very much a snapshot, but it gives us some useful data. So we generally have a good split between male and female members, with some small percentage identifying as gender diverse. Based on this and some of the information we had from the volunteer the volunteer census, we have had requests for additional training. So we've undertaken trans awareness training and gender diverse training with our YAC leaders to support new members coming through. How many members were there of each of the following ages? So YAC tends to sit around the 8 to 12 age range. And then we typically get a kind of a drop off towards 16. So that's why a lot of our work and focus is around that 16 plus offer to try and encourage them to stay with YAC, but then also kind of take it forward and stay with the CBA as a membership organisation. We also ask about disabilities, hidden and visible disabilities. And we've always known that the YAC tends to appeal to children with additional needs, particularly around neurodiversity. So again, we've lent into that, and we are offering regular training for our YAC leaders. It's about supporting children with additional needs. And you'll actually see this replicated with the volunteers as well. And the other piece of information we ask is around ethnicity. These headings are taken from the UK National Census. And at the moment, our numbers are 87% of our members are white, which is not great. I think the national average is about 83%. It's certainly better than the makeup of the archaeology sector, which I think is 97% white. So we're looking into how we improve those figures, particularly in certain geographical areas. But we think our after school clubs will have a huge impact on these numbers because we're getting into more kind of diverse and urban communities. Just running through who are our volunteers. Pre-COVID, it was kind of a 50-50 split. But post-COVID, it's tended to fall towards more women. I don't know what's going on with the blokes, but hopefully they'll come back to us in the next couple of years. And again, a small group identify as gender diverse. One of our really big success stories with our volunteers is the age range. In the heritage sector, volunteers tend to pool around the kind of 40 plus because their children are getting potentially older, they've got more disposable income, more time. But with the YAC, we have a really good spread right across the age range. We have our young leaders at under 18. And so we're really pleased with this. And we think some of this is around the kind of support network that we provide and the training and hopefully the interest in networking that we do. Again, disabilities, our leaders tend to have a disproportionately high number of additional support needs around neurodiversity. So again, we lean into that and offer support and training to them and to their fellow volunteers so they feel supported at the YAC. Figures for ethnicity, not so great. I think we're 95% white. But again, we're hoping our after-school clubs will kind of remedy some of that, and we are working through our post-16 offer to try and bring those stats, even them out a little bit more. So, activities, sessions and resources. So what does the ACT actually do? I'm sure some of you are aware of this and you may have even been involved in sessions in the past. The ACT branches offer a whole host of different opportunities for their members, and we try and encourage as much diversity in activities as possible to accommodate everybody's interests. We do the typical excavation and post-excavation activities. We encourage each group to try and get out at least once a year to do some field work. We do things like non-invasive survey, so field walking, geophase, tape and offset. And we also have resources and activities around things like LiDAR and aerial photography workshops. We're also big and keen on crafting because kids love it. And it's a really good way to kind of bring in some of the more arty, craft-based individuals into the groups. And we explore things like different archaeological techniques and processes. So for example, we get them to create a stratigraphy jar. Manufacturing processes. We do a lot of baking and cooking, because everybody loves that. But we also try and do more creative things like creating podcasts. So this year we offered a bursary and training to our leaders to create podcasts with their groups. They're absolutely hilarious. Too long to show here, but they've been really good. They've been creating their own historical plays, and they've also been looking at things like storytelling and myth making. They participate in games and workshops, sites, visits and tours. We also have a huge network of specialist visits. So specialists in different areas will come to the ACT groups and provide opportunities for activities. And we also do things like scientific experiments. We've got one where you can extract DNA from a strawberry, which just blew my mind at the time. The CBA itself also provides activities and resources. And I think this is really key, particularly for individuals who are archaeologists themselves. So a lot of our volunteers are parents, interested adults, but they don't have an archaeological or heritage background. So these are just some recent examples. So in the middle, this is our kind of typical resource where we provide some background information, what you'll need, safety considerations and methods. And then we have more in-depth ones like recorded cabin soundscape, which we created with Gwynedd Archaeological Trust. We also created a bilingual copy, and that's about 8 pages long. And it's a whole kind of session that they can run with the young people. And then here's one of the examples that we created, or one of our Kickstarter placements created around create your own art exhibition. And that was looking at taking pictures of listed buildings. So these are individual activities, and there's a reason I'm showing you these in a minute. We also work with outside organisations to create resource packs that teachers, our volunteers can go away and they can teach a session or maybe 2 or 3 sessions on a particular subject. So we worked with Creswell Crags and the Ice Age Journeys team, and we created a activity pack all around the Paleolithic. And they also ran 2 training days at Creswell Crags for our leaders. We also did the same with the Portable Antiquities scheme. I mean, this is a brilliant resource. It's got background, it's got activities for different age ranges. It's great for adults as well, and they also ran training. So I'm going to ask you guys to do some things, not right now, but I've got various asks throughout this, which might, I hope, encourage more young people to take an interest in industrial archaeology. So my first ask is to encourage interest in industrial archaeology, could you create a new activity resource for the YAC? It could be individual activities like the ones I showed you, or it could be resource packs. So it might be on a particular thing you're interested in, or if you work for an organisation or a historic site, something that you're particularly focused on. We at the CBA can advise and support you on that. We can do all the design work if you want us to. But, you know, create something that's both fun and informative that might get some buy-in from our younger members and potentially the YAC leaders as well. How do we feel about that? I'll talk to you all later about it. I'll get you at lunch. The CBA also runs national activities for our YAC groups, because we feel like we need to support our groups to ensure that our volunteers don't feel overwhelmed, that they've constantly got to produce new material and activities. So I picked a few out to talk to you about today. So we run the YAC Pass scheme. Has anybody heard of this at all? Okay, tell you a little bit about it. So the YAC Pass is basically organisations like English Heritage or independent museums or historic sites sign up to it, and they offer something to YAC members with their YAC Pass, whether that's a 2-for-1 ticket, a discounted ticket, something that they can get in the shop, but it's to bring YAC members to the sites. And often we find that they bring siblings, they'll bring friends, they'll bring family. So if you've got a site, particularly, you know, if you're working in and around industrial archaeology or heritage buildings, and you want more young people to come to your sites, this is a really good opportunity to engage people who are already interested or have some interest in archaeology and heritage. We also run the Dig It competition. Anybody heard of that? Yes, Zoe's one of the people who helps out. So Dig It is a competition that we run annually, and we offer YAC members, usually 3 per site, to go and excavate, do some post-ex and generally just have a good time at an archaeological excavation. So CPAT, we usually go to Erdig. I run a project up at Bamburgh Castle, so I usually have 3 or 4, and we try and space them out across the country. This little girl here is on the Isle of Mull with Archaeology Scotland. She's travelled up from London, so they're very keen and they're very willing. So these are the opportunities we try and offer young people to get them engaged and get some hands-on opportunities. We also run competitions. So this is, this is Youssef. He just won Joe Flatman's new Becoming an Archaeologist book. And we're currently running Rakshar Dev's new Ancestors book. Kids love these, but it's a really good way of encouraging them to read around a subject. But as an organisation, as an individual, it's a really good way of raising awareness around particular topics. So ask number 2. The YAC relies on partnerships. We rely on our volunteers, but we also rely on the external organisations who provide the Dig It competitions, who provide the YAC Pass scheme. So one of my other suggestions to you as the AIA or as individuals or organisations is that, can you offer any of the following? So sites that can be included in our YAC Pass scheme that have a focus on industrial archaeology. Can you, or are you running an excavation in the next few years that you can host Dig It winners, particularly if it's around industrial archaeology? Or would you like to run a competition as the AIA or as other organisations or as individuals? And I think these are all the types of things where you're going to start getting kind of little bits of buy-in from young people at 8 to 16. The other thing I wanted to show you, just because I particularly wanted to show you this video, are the projects that the YAC get involved with. And we're going to give you one example. So this is the From Ordinary to Extraordinary project that we ran in conjunction with English Heritage Shout Out Loud project, which is their flagship youth engagement project. And it was all about young people investigating untold or hidden stories from their local area. And it involved a youth voice element whereby they decided the topic, they led the project. So I was going to show you a few examples. So this is Brighton YAC. This is by far my favourite. So they investigated their local pet cemetery down near Brighton. And each individual, they did a kind of graveyard survey and created their own map. And then each child chose a pet to research. They drew them. And then we had QR codes linked to each of the pets, and each child created their own video. So I'm just going to show you one. It's only a minute, and I love this video. It doesn't matter if you don't. I like to watch it anyway. So hopefully the video works anyway.
My name is George Wood. So Jim is a Yorkshire Terrier. He died in 1884. He's small, because Yorkshire Terriers are small. He was fluffy. If he died in 1884, then that must mean he was living in the Victorian time. So must be a Victorian. Also, there's a painting of him. His owners must have been quite wealthy. Even the gravestone doesn't tell us when he was born. It's a bit of a mystery, isn't it? Oh, the bird just pooped on the gravestone. Jim must have been lucky.
That made me smile. So we had other projects as well. A lot of them actually focused on industrial archaeology or kind of postmodern archaeology as well. So at Chiltern Yack, they looked at the lace making industry in the Chilterns. We had Devon and Torbay. They looked at the impact of World War II on the kind of standing buildings on their area. They created their own scripts and created a whole video, as did Chiltern Yack. Weston-super-Mare, also known as Rusty Club, looked into individuals and sites in their local area that nobody knew about or were untold stories, and they created their own exhibition that went up in the local museum for a 2-week period. And then another really great one is Lizzie and Dee Yack, who were looking at the transatlantic slave trade. So Liverpool Museum, when it was built, they found lots of evidence of the transatlantic slave trade. So they spent, I think it's about 6 months investigating, researching and creating their own exhibition with artifacts. And they also looked at different locations and places around Liverpool. So this was a quick video I took of the activity, heading to YouTube. The reason I mention this is because these projects typically take about 6 months to do, and there are opportunities here to engage your local group as the AIA or as individuals or as organisations. If you've got site collections over a much longer period of time, so you can create a sustained project with them. Typically, these will need a bit of funding. Us as a CBA are happy to help with funding bids, or you might be able to build them into future projects to get them underway, but they are really rewarding. And we ran some impact studies on this project, and the young people found it very, very interesting, but they were also upskilled because they learned a lot of new activities. The other thing that I really wanted to focus on is volunteer support, because this is crucial to making the YAC work. So many of our YAC groups, as I've mentioned already, are run by volunteers. All CBA managed groups are provided with safeguarding, first aid and DBS checks, or their equivalent PVGs, for example, in Scotland. And all volunteers have access to our YAC handbook, which offers in-depth guidance around health and safety, safeguarding. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you watch the video about the health and safety toolkit. It's just up there for a picture. And it's important that anyone working with young people is properly trained and supported. So that was one of my messages. And I'm sure you know that already, but one of the things I really wanted to kind of hammer home, that if you are going to be working with younger people or want to work with younger people in the future, that's something that you really must consider and factor into any kind of project work. If you're working directly with the CBA, whether it's creating activities, running an activity, we would always help with that. I told her I was going to get a picture of in here. The other support we offer is through our youth engagement assistant, Rachel, who is always on hand to support leaders with any issues, requests or advice, whether that's on the phone, on Zoom. But we think it's really important that there is a lead person within your organisation who can take on that responsibility, even if they can't fix it or solve it there, that your volunteers and members have somebody to go to. And this is generally kind of pastoral support. And I've mentioned it already, but we regularly run online training based on requests we get from branch leaders about what they need. So as I mentioned already, recent training is including trans awareness, neurodiversity awareness, and also the health and safety toolkit training to make sure that our members and young people are safe. Now, I know that all sounds a bit boring, so we do fun stuff too. That's the necessary stuff. This is the fun stuff. So one of the things we're really keen on when we're asking our volunteers to kind of participate in all the stuff we just talked about is that we also give something back, and that they might have a good time, they might upskill, they might learn. So we run leader training days and leader training weekends that are specifically geared for people working with young people. So I just thought I'd quickly show you some of the stuff we've done recently or in the last few years. So this is our YAC leaders at Barton upon Humber doing an osteoarchaeology training day. We took them out for the day. We pay travel expenses up to a certain amount. We provide catering, and we just try and make it as fun as possible. In May, we headed up to the Scottish Crannog Centre. I'm sure some of you are aware that it burnt down, or part of it burnt down a couple of years ago. So they're rebuilding, and this is us helping them rebuild, or at least attempting to. It was tricky but fun. Visit to Creswell Crags, heading up to the cave carvings. We just missed an avalanche at that point, so hard hats are a must. Although this lady was clearly very hard and didn't want to. This was us in Greenwich in June when it was warm many moons ago, doing offset and tape and measurements, just teaching the basics really, and also getting having a good time and networking. And then these bottom two are from our leaders weekend where we were looking at excavation techniques and post-ex at Oakham Castle in Rutland. So that's my other take-home point I'd like you to think about, is that if you are bringing in volunteers to support any of your youth engagement work, that it's not just kind of a get them to do the stuff. It's really important to support them and make them feel valued, and that they're getting something out of it themselves as well. So ask number 3, the last one, I promise. So could the association or yourselves as individuals or organisations offer a YAC leader training day focusing on industrial archaeology? The more the merrier, doesn't just have to be one. This could be a location, or we could potentially hire a venue. The CBA offers leaders a travel bursary and provides catering. Can also cover modest resource materials if needed. So the question really would be, would you have a venue and staff or volunteers who could lead the day? And I think this is a really good way of getting the message out to lots of young people through the leaders, because typically they have 15 to 20 young people in their branches. So this was my other idea of kind of potentially encouraging young people to pick up and develop an interest in industrial archaeology early doors. So a few top tips. This isn't by any means the whole shebang, but be as flexible as possible with your volunteers and participants, particularly if you want younger volunteers, because a lot of them have got families, they've got work commitments. Others might have disabilities that you may or may not know about. So please be flexible and supportive. Same with the participants as well. Try and provide opportunities for volunteers to upskill and have fun, like the examples I've just shown you. You can incentivise and reward their dedication as well. And we'll talk a little bit more, depending on timings, about that in the next bit. Ensure those supporting young people's participation are trained and know where they go to get support, which we talked about a bit. And make it fun for the participants and the volunteers. Because at the end of the day, particularly if they're going on a weekend, kids are expecting it to be fun as well as interesting. Listen to what young people are interested in. Now, when we ran the From Ordinary to Extraordinary project, a lot of the leaders had their ideas about what they wanted to do for those projects, and we had to kind of reel them back in a bit and say, no, this is for the young people to lead, to express their interests and what they want to do in a project. So ask your young people, whatever age they may be, whether they're 8 or 25, what would they like to do? You're more likely to get them interested in your project, in your organisation, and also keep them interested if they feel they've been heard. And this is something we'll come back to possibly with time. And finally, not everyone learns or participates in the same way. So try to produce different types of activities, sessions and outings that will interest different age ranges, those with additional support needs. So there are my YAC top tips. Now, Zoe, how am I doing for time? Okay, I'm going to go for it. I apologise, this might be a bit quick, but we can always pick some up in the activities afterwards. So that is the YAC. That is kind of, when I joined the CBA 5 years ago, that was our youth engagement work. But we really wanted to kind of expand and go beyond that. So over the last probably 3 to 4 years, with a bit of a hiccup with COVID, we've been developing our broader youth engagement work. And I'm going to kind of go through these quickly and pick up on a few bits that I think maybe the association might be able to replicate in terms of encouraging broad interest from 16 to 25-year-olds, which I think, what age range do you start your membership? Sorry. Okay, so this is about this then. Okay, cool. So before we get there, I'm just going to quickly talk about Dig School. Anybody heard of Dig School? Okay, we have now. Oh, one person. So this was founded during the pandemic. It was a response to what was going on. Pandemic and school closures hit, and this kind of cropped up within 2 or 3 weeks. It was led by Professor Carenza Lewis, who some of you may know. She's been on Time Team, for example. And we created 21 completely free inquiry-based learning enrichment workshops themed around different aspects of archaeology, specifically geared for schools. So the teachers didn't have to have any prior knowledge of what was going on. Now, they're a bit rough and ready because we were filming them and sorting them out in our bedrooms, on our dining room tables. So they're not as slick as they might be now. But in terms of what's in there and the kind of topics, they still work really well. And like I say, they're specifically geared to schools, which was the first time we did this at the CBA. And each session comes with a presentation video, workbook, and teacher guidance note. And we also created a support structure around that. A couple of examples, this was all about LiDAR. And then this was all about kind of presenting and researching your finds after a dig. And I'll just quickly run through some of the benefits. It was a new audience for the CBA, so it was an opportunity to expand our network to pupils, families and teachers, and it actually created the foundation for our YAC after school clubs. Festival of Archaeology. So we run a series of youth-focused events. We create a bumper resource pack based on the festival theme. So the festival every year has a theme. Last year it was Journeys. This year it was Archaeology and Creativity, and these are co-created with young people. So we have a lot of placements, we have paid internships. So we work with them to create activities and resources and content because we feel they're best placed, with a bit of support from ourselves, to create interesting activities for their peers. We also run a youth weekend. We have a youth day, which is for 8 to 17-year-olds. And then we have a youth leader day for anybody working with young people within that age range. And they're effectively a duplicate of each other. This was us at Stourhead in Wiltshire this year, part of the festival. It rained all day, but the kids loved it. So we stayed out all day. We did excavation. We had magnitude surveys from Bradford come down, and they were doing GPR, mag surveys. And then we also looked at standing building surveys and preservation with the Stourhead team. The year before, we were at Bradford Industrial Museum. Anybody been to Bradford Industrial Museum? Brilliant. I'm a Bradford girl, so I spent my youth there. But we did, the theme that weekend was Marvellous Metals. So we looked at different processes around metalwork. So we had Ancient Craft here doing Bronze Age smelting. We had the local ironmonger come down. PAS were there. And we also did some Anglo-Saxon gilding, as you do. But we find that these give people outside of YAC an opportunity to kind of get that vibe and that learning. We often find that they become members. All of their children become members. So it's a really good kind of shop sale for the CBA and what we offer. And then the other thing we do is we have a sponsored youth day. And this is a day throughout the festival all about young people. And when I say young people, it's 25 and under. So we have blogs and vlogs that platform young people's thoughts and ideas. We run competitions, we launch various things. So this year we launched our youth advisory group, which, all being well, I'm going to talk to you about. We launched the From Ordinary to Extraordinary film. I would have loved to show you that, but it's too long. And the other thing we run is a student and early career conference, which I think I'm going to talk about next. And I think that might be a good fit for the association as well. But benefits are things like raises awareness of the CBA, as mentioned, and also working with organisations during the festival. It helps encourage best practice when working with younger people through guidance documents and mentoring. For example, we have a template safeguarding policy that people can use during the festival. So the big online event that we have is the Student and Early Careers Conference. It's designed to create a safe and supportive space for people presenting, chairing or creating an academic poster for the first time. Because some of the feedback we had, I think it's about 3 or 4 years ago, is that people feel quite intimidated by conferences. If they've never been before, they've never presented. So working in partnership with the CIFA Early Careers Group, we decided that we'd have a go at creating a bit more of not a practice run, but a bit more of a friendly, supportive environment by providing guidance on things like writing abstracts, chairing sessions, creating posters, and also then one-to-one mentoring sessions for speakers and chairs if they want it. And we also created a buddy system for each session chair. And there are some huge benefits to that. So we're obviously supporting student and early career individuals. And we hope that we might be able to encourage membership. I think next year we're actually going to offer discounted membership to our participants as a way of kind of getting involved in the broader CBA. Raises a profile to participants and audience. Our audience was over 100 people, in an international audience. It also creates great content for social media and your website. And it's young people. And we had an international audience and international speakers. So I think potentially, Zoe, do you have a YouTube channel or anything like that for the... Oh, there you go. Well, this is the sort of thing that you can use to populate it. And they're actually quite popular videos. And we put it out through social media, and it encourages that kind of next generation new interest. And I wondered whether this would be the sort of thing that maybe the association could try and have a go at, with a focus obviously on industrial archaeology. I'm going to whiz through these. We run Letters to a Young Archaeologist, which in 2022 was academics and archaeologists in the sector writing to the future archaeologists. And in 2023, we asked young people to respond. And it became a far more interesting and dynamic project. And particularly because we allowed the young people to write their letter or deliver their letter in different mediums. So we had somebody create gaming narratives. So when we choose different pathways through a game to do answers, we did artwork. They've created videos for us. It foregrounds young people's thoughts and questions. It also demonstrates how organisations from across the UK are engaging with young people. But the take home from this, again, for yourselves, is about allowing young people to participate and get involved and create content in their own way, not necessarily how you would do it yourselves. We also have British Archaeology magazine, and we have our own column, which is 8 to 25, but we often have young people writing for us. We've had some really interesting topics. Some of it's all good fun. Others is, the state of higher education and the impact on international students. So, we look at current issues impacting youth work within the sector, projects currently underway at the CBA and within the sector more broadly. And we also highlight the work of the YAC, because we love YAC. And these are very similar benefits to some of the stuff we've talked about already. And the other thing, and I'm not sure if you do this at the association, but we often have placements and paid internships at the CBA. And this is within this kind of 14 to 25 age band. We have university project placements. This is Amelie. I think she's dyeing some bits of cloth to create a new activity in her bedroom. And Tia created, after attending our trans awareness training, created a new resource for us about gendered grave goods and some of the problems around that. We encourage work experience from schools, paid internships. So we had somebody with us for 3 months to create our TikTok channel because we're too old to do that ourselves, but that was good. We just need some more young people to keep going with it. And we also had 2 Kickstarter placements. And these are some great benefits here. So not only are we supporting these individuals, but they're bringing new ideas and insights to the organisation. They're creating content. And then we've got longer internships also provide additional staff capacity. But one thing I did want to flag is that we do not encourage unpaid placements or internships unless they're part of a kind of higher education course, because it creates an imbalance of access to these types of things with people who can't afford them, people who need to work. I've only got 5 minutes, and this is like my favourite thing at the moment. So I'm just going to give you a quick overview, and maybe we can pick it up in the talk later. So over the last couple of years, the main thing that we've been working on to encourage 16 to 25-year-olds into the CBA as members, but also to kind of shape and organise and help us at the CBA be a different organisation, is what we call our Youth Voice and Youth Governance project work. I'll quickly go through what Youth Voice is, and it's about young people having a say, and specifically about being heard in decisions that affect their own lives, from their education and well-being. It goes hand in hand with youth participation, which is about young people taking part and being included. This may be during the development or delivery stage of a project, or in partnership, or as the lead. Now, it's really hard to sum up how you do Youth Voice, but in brief, when people talk about doing Youth Voice, they mean consulting young people, listening to what they have to say, and acting on it together. I'm not going to read all this, don't worry. But now we're at the phase where we're embedding youth governance, which is kind of the next step up. And this is where young people and adults work together in positions of power to make and affect change. It puts young people in positions where their voices are listened to and where they are empowered to affect that change. It values their lived experiences. So, for example, they don't all have to be interested in archaeology, but they might have other things to bring to the table. They might be content creators. They might, be interested in decolonisation. And youth governance appreciates the new ideas and perspectives young people can contribute. But it's not just about extracting their lived experiences, their ideas, their time. It's also about creating opportunities for young people, upskilling them, and broadening their experiences, so they go away from that experience with a positive experience and transferable skills. In terms of benefits to your organisation, young people can bring a more diverse range of perspectives, skills and experience. Their involvement can help organisations learn more about the interests of communities or beneficiaries that the organisation supports. So it gives you new insight, and it's just far more dynamic. And young people are often more experienced with connecting with individuals, groups and organisations online. They're very good networkers. So if you're looking to expand your audience, if you want a younger audience, they are great for that. And they support organisations to do things differently and encourage those new organisations. So very quickly, we've secured funding from Historic England to develop a youth advisory board that will build our post-16 offer for 16 to 25-year-olds. We're also working to create a pathway to youth representation on the CBA's Board of Trustees. And these are people 25 and under, when I say youth, and giving them kind of full say in trustee meetings. And this will support our organisational aims to be more diverse and inclusive through an equity approach. I'm not going to go through all this. I will talk about this a little bit later if I get a chance. But we've done consultation work, and there's some great findings from this, which I'm going to run through and just come to the end bit. This will be on the recording, but I know you have your youth panel. How does it work? What's the age range at the moment? $36. Yeah. A bit of a mix. I'd be really interested to know, these are the findings from our consultation around kind of how to recruit, about having meetings, reimbursing, providing incentives and support, and also how to kind of break down barriers to participation so it's kind of an equitable process. We have this is Mercedes, who I was going to show a video of, but we don't have time. So Mercedes is our youth governance lead. And one of the other takeaways that I wanted to mention is that through the consultation process and the training that we've been doing, we've realised that internally the CBA doesn't have the staff time to do this, because it needs a dedicated member of staff to do it well over a period of time. So thankfully the Headley Trust came through and we were able to employ Mercedes and provide that kind of financial incentive and support for our new youth advisory board. I've run out of time. That's Mercedes. We'll have to move on, Mercedes, I'm afraid. These are some of our incentives. We've worked really hard on these to kind of encourage lots of different types of people to the advisory board. Okay, again, no time to go through them now. But we also have been working to overcome barriers. So we pay for things like expenses, childcare, funding towards equipment, and we also create an individual support plan. So if there are additional support needs, whether that's kind of a financial, social issue, or whether they have disabilities that they need. We work with them to overcome those barriers so they feel that they can participate in our youth advisory board. And finally, can I do this? Okay, so that's fine, yeah. So this is my final slide, and it is, we hope through our youth engagement work to support young people too. And these are what we're working on at the moment, but our hope is that they will enjoy and experience archaeology, whoever and wherever they are, that young people are heard. We're developing ways to champion youth voice within the archaeology sector. That young people have the opportunity to co-create their own archaeology and heritage activities or events so that they are relevant to them. That young people can build careers that are fulfilling and meaningful by creating equity and respect, and that they will go on to shape the sector's perception of archaeology and how it can be more relevant to society today.
Massive thank you to Jo, and I'm looking forward to picking up on some of those points later on. Moving very, very swiftly on, I'm thrilled to introduce Dr. Juan Cano Manuel Sanchez, who is founder member, along with myself and Vanessa over there, and some others of the young members group within the AIA. He is joining us online, and hopefully everything will go very smoothly.
Yeah, I hope so, because the computer I was using just died. Fortunately, I had another computer at hand, and I changed to this other computer, and the presentation was on the cloud, so I could download it again. But well, I hope I don't have any technical issues, because I have just lost a computer. I don't know how. So I will share my screen. Okay. Yeah, I think you should be seeing my screen now, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, thank you, Bill. Well, thank you very much, Zoe, for the invitation to deliver this talk, and congratulations to all the people involved in the organization of this seminar. And also, happy birthday to the Association for Industrial Archaeology in this 50th anniversary. I'm going to talk about teaching, the teaching of industrial archaeology. For that, I'm going to use my own experience, first learning and later teaching industrial archaeology, in which what I have called here the Global South. I know that Spain is not part of the Global South, but I will explain later why I have included Spain here. So the talk has mostly two different parts. First, I'm going to introduce a very general state of the question, a very general context of the position, the current position of industrial archaeology in at the university. And I'm going to pay attention mostly, well, I will try to focus as much as possible on industrial archaeology, even though that is not so easy, because as you know, it's very much mixed up with industrial heritage studies and the history of technology, depending on the case. But I will try to focus only on formal education at the university, right? Only on courses and programs that are part of the curricula of the universities. And after that, I will share a little bit of my own experience, both in Spain and in China. As I was saying, I know that Spain belongs to the global north, but I am using here a pair of sentences that some people, it is not very clear who said this for the very first time, that some people said, not with very good intentions, by the way, to describe Spain as an underdeveloped country. So as a kind of insult to Spain and, by the way, to the whole Africa. So some people said before that Africa begins in the Pyrenees, this mountain range that divide the Iberian Peninsula. And also some people have even said that Africa begins in the Peñaperros, which is the mountain range that divide Andalusia, southern Spain, from the rest of Spain. So I'm paying attention to a global south here, in which the south of the north, the Mediterranean countries, belong culturally, let's say, to the global south. And I think this is particularly true in the case of the industrial past, because, well, I think that with the exception of some areas such as northern Italy or northern Spain, many of these regions from Mediterranean Europe have more in common, considering the industrial past, with the global south than with the global north. I'm thinking about places, regions that underwent late industrialization processes that in many occasions were developed in the framework, in the context of economic colonialism. And in the end, we can see in these territories that in most cases were not intensely industrialized, we can see a different perspective, or we can produce a different perspective of the industrial society in these regions that were not exactly industrial, or at least not as industrialized as the global north. So in this talk, I'm going to pay attention to two different aspects. On one hand, to the teaching, and as I have said, I will focus only on formal curricular education. And on the other hand, on the research developed by the students who took the courses I'm going to share in this presentation. I think, by the way, I have two different case studies regarding research, but due to the time limitations, I think I'm going to use only one. I will use only one case study regarding the research, but I will show all the materials related to the teaching. So the idea of industrial archaeology I'm going to use in this presentation is that of what Professor Madeline Palmer said once: archaeology, industrial archaeology as archaeology, industrial archaeology as proper archaeology, that is, as the archaeological study of the industrial period, which is mostly based on, although not limited, on the material remains of the industrial society. I do understand that archaeology can also pay attention to the conservation of such material remains. But with this, I am not trying to say that industrial archaeology and industrial heritage studies, or even the conservation of industrial heritage, are the same thing, the same discipline, because actually they are not. Industrial heritage covers much more than the materiality of the industrial past, all that intangible material aspects of the industrial past. But here, I want to use this more archaeological perspective, and focus only on the materiality, on the production of explanations about the industrial past that are mostly based on the archaeological analysis of the material remains from that period, and also eventually on the conservation of such material remains, even though in this presentation I will not talk about conservation issues. So, well, the first part of the presentation is about the position that industrial archaeology has today at the university, considering higher official educational programs. So the first thing to say is that it is quite difficult to isolate, to distinguish those courses or even programs that are related to industrial archaeology, because industrial archaeology is not so normally taught. It's not so normally, its place in the university is more often mixed up with other disciplines such as industrial heritage studies or the history of technology, and also many others, such as industrial history, economic history, engineering, and so on. So most of the courses are normally within this deep blue or the green or even this deep brown. Although not in my particular case, I believe that the case of the courses I'm going to show, especially the Chinese one, is a little bit different, because, well, it happens that I have two different courses. In the first semester, I teach industrial archaeology. In the second semester, I teach critical industrial heritage studies. So in my case, industrial archaeology and industrial heritage as disciplines, as courses, are very well separated. But in most of the cases, we will see that we are talking about these other kind of mixtures. A little bit of history first, since we are celebrating here today precisely the history of the Association for Industrial Archaeology. Education, high education in industrial archaeology, I will say it made a serious, strong impact for the first time with the Iron Bridge Institute for Industrial Archaeology, which was settled by the Iron Bridge Gorge Museum Trust together with the University of Birmingham in 1979. The first diploma in industrial archaeology started in 1982, and it has a very strong practical profile. So this little campus in Colebrookdale, there around Iron Bridge, was for many years, I would say, the most relevant and even the unique at the beginning center for education in industrial archaeology. And we saw many relevant people in the field that were trained precisely here. I'm talking, for example, of Ian West, former editor of Industrial Archaeology Review, of, sorry, I forgot the name, James Duet, former editor of the Tiki Bulletin for 100 issues, no less than 100 issues, but also new generations such as Leonor Medeiros from Portugal, who also took the diploma on industrial archaeology, the diploma in industrial archaeology in the Iron Bridge Institute. Sadly, in 2015, and due to the lack of students, the University of Birmingham decided to move the Iron Bridge Institute to the main campus on Birmingham. And also it changed from the Institute of Industrial Archaeology to something wider, broader, to the Iron Bridge International Institute for Cultural Heritage. Industrial heritage and also industrial archaeology still survive as subjects within this wider program. But if I am not mistaken, this institution, the International Institute for Cultural Heritage, finally disappeared in 2021. Mostly, if I am not mistaken, because the professors working there retired. Mike Robinson, Roger White, and other people. And this is a problem we can see in the history of industrial heritage and higher education. Many courses have disappeared because the professors that were delivering these courses retired and nobody else took on that position. From a more optimistic point of view, Colebrookdale, the little campus on Colebrookdale, has continued to be a very important place for industrial archaeology. It is the headquarters of the Association for Industrial Archaeology, also for the Industrial Archaeology Unit of the Iron Bridge Museum. And recently, since this very summer, the students will be coming back there thanks to a new partnership between the Ironbridge Gorge Museum Trust and Keele University to provide further training and internships opportunities for students interested in the industrial past. Still, many scholars in industrial archaeology, some of the leading scholars actually, I would say, in industrial archaeology have regret that industrial archaeology has always had plenty of problems to find its place within the university, within higher education. So we have already seen many programs, full programs or courses that well, just disappear. And the one we have now on the screen is a good example of that. This was a master program on industrial heritage, not industrial archaeology, but on industrial heritage, very much related, which was organized by the University of Seville, by Professor Julián Sobrino. Everything was ready, everything was very well designed, by the way, but registration time came and the master didn't get enough students. So the university canceled the program before even starting. So this is a problem that the industrial archaeology and industrial heritage too find often at the university. So this is more or less the situation with the teaching of industrial heritage. Here I'm talking about industrial heritage, not industrial archaeology in the planet. Of course, this map is very far from being exhaustive. What I have done here is use the latest TICI national reports for the years 2019-2022. And in these reports, as you know, there is a section called education. So I have checked this section about education of the different countries that submit reports, which are not all the countries, by the way, to make this map in which we can see those countries where industrial heritage, in some cases industrial archaeology too, exist within other courses and programs, but also specifically as monographic courses, monographic programs. As you can see, the situation is a little bit, well, not very well balanced, with most of the teaching on industrial heritage, in this case, happening on the global north, namely on North America and Europe. So talking about industrial archaeology, that industrial archaeology as archaeology, this is an expression that Professor Marilyn Palmer used in the past. So far, there are only 2 universities offering right now full programs on industrial archaeology, even though this is combined with other disciplines or other fields of interest, such as heritage studies, industrial culture, history of technology, and so on. And those are Michigan Technology University in the USA, which has a master and PhD program on industrial heritage and archaeology, and also the Freiburg University of Technology, which offers bachelor and master degrees on the subject. I don't know if Professor Helmut Albrecht is already in the room because he is the leader of this program from Freiburg. Otherwise, anyway, he will be here tomorrow because he will be delivering a presentation. So these are the only programs, full programs on industrial archaeology and other related issues, but with a strong enough contents, at least, on industrial archaeology as archaeology. But there are also other courses, not many, few courses on industrial archaeology as archaeology, that is courses delivered by archaeologists in some universities, for example, the University of Science and Technology Beijing, my own university, my own course, and the University of Évora in Portugal. This is not all the training available on the industrial past. This is the archaeological one, but there are also some options more related to industrial heritage or the history of technology, with another full master program offered by the universities, 3 universities from France, Italy, and Portugal, and other programs that I would say belong more to the extracurricular education, so I will not consider them here. Among other reasons, because, well, they are not exactly about industrial archaeology, but about industrial heritage, industrial tourism, and other related areas, but mostly because they are not programs that belong to the official curriculum. They are not university diplomas, master or bachelor degrees. So in conclusion, for this first part, we can see that there is a general lack of diplomas in the field of industrial archaeology. Actually, only 2 universities are offering them, Freiburg, Michigan, and together with this other program by the universities of Paris, Sorbonne, Padova, I think it is in Italy, and Évora. But that one is more related to the history and heritage of technology and industrial heritage. There are other choices in the extracurricular education, and also we need to consider those courses on industrial archaeology or related topics that are integrated in other programs. In this last case, I will say that the School of Architecture are predominant, normally with a focus on the adaptive reuse of industrial heritage. We have also some courses, or at least some contents from the schools of business and history, more related to industrial history. And finally, from the schools of engineering, where the focus is on the history of technology. So for a reason I don't understand very well, it looks like it is precisely the schools of archaeology who are less interested in the topic, or at least the schools that are offering less contents, less courses on industrial archaeology, which is obviously a problem. So the first experience that I am going to show is a course that existed in the University of Cordoba, southern Spain, the south of the south, during 9 years with 81 students. That is something like 9 students per year. This was kind of long course, 60 hours, and it was an undergraduate course for the students of history, even though the course was open to students from other majors too, mostly from the arts and humanities. The opening of this course was actually challenging because nobody in Cordoba by that time in the Department of Archaeology was familiar with industrial archaeology, not even with post-medieval archaeology, since the department has had a very strong focus on antiquity and the Middle Ages. So this was very challenging, but at the same time, it was a bet that was consistent with the philosophy of the department of understanding and studying Cordoba as a single archaeological site through time, without neglecting, without ignoring any of the periods of this diachronic archaeological site. And also it was quite exceptional because industrial archaeology was not normally developed by archaeologists in Spain. So it were other departments, engineering, architecture, that seems to be more interested in industrial archaeology, which made me sad some years ago that in Spain we had an industrial archaeology without archaeologists, since there were other scholars that were taking care of the subject. I'm not going to describe the course. I think there is no point about it, but well, I would like to do some self-criticism. This course was rather descriptive and it was totally Western centric. So that it has these two limitations, which were mostly the limitation of us, or the team, the department, that were not very familiar with industrial archaeology yet. And this was one of those examples in which industrial archaeology and industrial heritage were understood together. There was something interesting about this course, or something we were and are proud of, that one of the things that the students could do to pass the course was writing a research essay. But this research essay was voluntary. They did not need this essay to pass the course. Still, many students wrote the essay, and some of those essays eventually were published in a local archaeological journal, and even one of them as a monograph, which was, well, I would say, a very interesting achievement for an undergrad student. So in this second part, in this case study, as I said, I'm going to show only one case study because of the time. I want to show how industrial archaeology works. Obviously, in a forum of industrial archaeology, this is already known, but still, I want to insist a little bit on what kind of information, what can we learn about the industrial past using archaeological methods and paying attention to the material remains, even though in this presentation I will cross-read, in this short case study, I will cross-read the material remains with the documentary evidence. So what I'm going to show here is just a very small example from my own PhD, which was supervised by the professor of the course Industrial Archaeology, and that, well, was the first proper research on industrial archaeology to be developed in the University of Cordoba, and even I would say one of the first researches that actually applied archaeological methods to the study of the industrial past in Spain. This place you are looking at is a copper mine in northern Cordoba that was developed by 4 different British companies during the 2 first decades of the 20th century. I'm not going to show the whole mine, there is no time for that, so I'm going to focus in this part of the complex which was well, the processing plant. So the processing plant is on a hill, even though it's not so easy to see in this orthophotograph. On the top of the hill, there was a railway. It's not preserved anymore. The northern side was for the smelting plant, as you can see here, this big slag heap. So, well, as a student that, even though I took the course on industrial archaeology and everything, but I had a more classical training, to make sense of these archaeological remains was extremely difficult. Fortunately, I counted on the help of several people. Unfortunately, also, I was able to found this section and plan of the mines. These are the shafts and galleries, right? The section and plan of the shafts and galleries drawn by the British engineers. So if you pay attention to this section here, that here we have in a cleaner way, well, here there was something that I was used to see both in the field and also over the orthophotograph. That is this structure here, which is, well, it has a very particular shape. So thanks to that, it was possible to, well, to transform this raster image into a vector one and overlap it onto the orthophotograph. So that gave me a very clear interpretation of the different parts of the processing complex. Still, The information here was pretty limited, and I still had plenty of issues to make sense of the material remains, among other reasons, because as I was saying, I was not familiar with the history of technology, not familiar with the industrial past. Most of my training was related to Roman and medieval archaeology. I knew from the written sources that the smelting plant in Cerro Muriano worked with two water-jacketed furnaces from 1980 to 1912. So what I did here was look for handbooks on copper metallurgy that were published in English at the beginning of the 20th century, because I was hoping to get access to the knowledge that must be in the minds of the British engineers that built this complex. So I found one of those water-jacketed furnaces on the literature, and this was particularly useful because I also located the descendant grandson of one of the engineers who worked there. And this grandson, already an old gentleman, he had a collection of photographs took by his grandfather, an engineer in the Cerro Muriano mines. But these photographs had no information at all. It was quite difficult to make sense of them. Still, comparing the information on the books with the photographs, it was pretty clear that one of them was showing one of those water jacketed furnaces. You can see here the air pipe for blasting the air into the furnace and the tuyers and everything. So thanks to this cross-reading of the different sources of information, it was possible to make sense of these material remains. This is obviously the smoke chamber and flue of the furnaces, and it is very clear, very easy to recognize here. And not so evident, perhaps, these remains of concrete and iron is the base for the hearth of the furnace that we can see here. So that let me produce an interpretation for these material remains. This photograph, by the way, is of the greatest interest because here we can see that the hearth has two different noises. One of them is for the mat, for the copper mat that was transformed into blister copper in the converters. The other one is for the slag. So what we can see here is that there is a worker taking care of the tapping of the slag that was sent to the slag heap using these carts and trucks. So there in the slag heap, I was fortunate. I was lucky to find this very particular piece of slag, which was very peculiar, because there is nothing like this size on the rest of the slag heap. And comparing again, cross-reading again, the material evidence and the, in this case, visual evidence or documentary evidence, it was possible to see that this strange block of the slag was actually the shape of one of the carts that were used for transporting the slag from the smelting plant to the slag heap. So in this case, the slag got cold inside the cart and got solid. So thanks to that, we have the shape of the slag of the cart right now. And this is important indeed, because thanks to that, we can calculate, well, we know what is the mass of the copper slag, and we also know the size. So it was possible to calculate the volume of these carts and also to estimate that more or less the content of a slag of each of these carts was 180 kilograms. 180 kilograms of molten slag that was coming out of the furnace about 1000 degrees, and that had to be pushed by hand by these workers on a continuous basis. To make the things a little bit worse, that was happening in a place which is the hottest among the hottest part of Europe. We are exactly here This is where Cordoba is like Mordor, the place where the One Ring was casted. So thanks to this, it is possible to know more about the working condition of these people, and also to understand why one of the main problems that the British companies had in Cerro Muriano mines was to keep the labor. The workers, the miners, they normally left the mines. So there were not so many strikes in these mines because the labor was not unionized, but still most of them were peasants. So at the first opportunity, they came back to working on the crops, working on the farms, and they just abandoned the mines, which affected the business in several occasions. That also let us have a look at the landscape of Cerro Muriano mine, not only from a technological, not only from an industrial side, but from a social side. We can pay attention to the different places where the Spanish and the British live. So you can see, well, there are, from the material point of view, there is a clear hierarchy, but also from the topographical point of view, the miners live close to the working spaces, close to the noise, close to the pollution, while the British live in much better locations, and also from a point in which they have visual control over the whole territory. So that created a division, a social division between the Spanish labor and the British owners, that it's important to understand some of the social conflicts that happened in Cerro Muriano. Among them, the fact that it was extremely difficult to keep the labor there. The second example I'm going to show, and in this case, I'm sorry, I will skip the case study because of the time, is the course I am currently teaching at the Institute for Cultural Heritage and the History of Science and Technology of University of Science and Technology, Beijing. So far, we have had 3 editions of this course. The 4th edition is starting next week, and that is the very reason that I'm doing this presentation online rather than in person, because I need to be here next week for the course. In this course, this is a master course, it's not a bachelor course. It belongs to the master diploma on cultural heritage and museology, although it's also offered to students of history of science and technology. And I am very happy to say that every year, this course is getting more students. So every year, from the first year, these students have already graduated. To the second edition, we had more, and to the latest edition that we have even more. So I hope that this year we will have even more students. So we are also very proud of this course because so far, and as far as I know, it's the only course on the archaeology of industrialization as proper archaeology, not only in China, but as far as I know, in Asia. Where, in general in Asia, but particularly in the case of China, where the material remains of the industrial past normally call more the attention of architects who are interested in adaptive reuse and other topics related to industrial heritage, and engineers who work with the history of technology, but few archaeologists in China work with the industrial period or with modern period, with several exceptions. So here at the Institute for Cultural Heritage and the History of Science and Technology, we have actually an interdisciplinary team. It's not only archaeologists here, we also have architects and engineers. So we train students to work in every field of the industrial past, the archaeology, heritage making, heritage management, museology, and even the technical conservation of the industrial past. This course, different from the course in Cordoba, has a more archaeological nature, I would say, because as I said before, I also teach industrial heritage, critical industrial heritage studies, so the contents are very well divided. In the first semester, we focus only on the archaeology. In the second semester, we discuss the heritage problems, heritage issues. So I do understand, or I do teach this course as a very specific look into the archaeology of the modern or of the contemporary age. A very specific look that is try to understand the modern world, paying attention to the industrial production, distribution, and consumption of goods, of things. So that is the main idea of this course. It has a very, well, it has half and half. Half of the course is very theoretical, including general archaeological theory that is necessary to understand the theoretical problems of industrial archaeology. In this course understood as an archaeology of industrialization or an archaeology of the industrial period, but also it has, the course has plenty of room for methodological aspects. So we have a good look at the different sources of information that can provide information about the industrial society, and also the archaeological methods that we can use to transform that information into explanations about the industrial past. With a focus, I must say, with a focus on field recording and field interpretation, because, well, it happens that the students taking this course have a very different background. So not all of them are familiar with archaeology from the beginning. So other kinds of methodologies, such as stratigraphy and others, are a little bit more difficult for some of them. So we focus on field recording for the practical past. Also, one of the things that I encourage these students to do is actively participate in the series of East-West workshops on industrial archaeology that we organize together, the Association for Industrial Archaeology, with the Young Members Board and my university, the University of Science and Technology, Beijing. And since the third edition of this workshop, it is the student of the course that are responsible for writing the report on the workshop that is published on Industrial Archaeology News. And here we have the report on the third edition, written by Jean Dimon and Wang Qianran. I will skip this case study because I only have 2 minutes left. In this case, I wanted to show, different from the first case study, in which I use it as an example of how to cross-read different sources of information. This other one was an example of how, even focusing on the material remains standalone, even without the help of any other source of information, we can produce explanation about the industrial past, even though obviously much more limited than if we combine different sources of information. This was, by the way, the research of one of the students of the course, one of my students too. We also gone on the help of Wang Dondong. So I was thinking that since I don't have time now, maybe it can be a good opportunity to invite her to explain her research by herself in one of the following editions of the East-West workshop on industrial archaeology. So I will move directly to the conclusion. And my conclusion, my main conclusion is that for the last 40 years, since the course on industrial archaeology opened in the Iron Bridge Institute and Barry Twinder published this paper on war archaeology, for the last 40 years, industrial archaeology has been struggling to find a space in formal higher education. So we have seen many courses that have been created, but many courses too that have already disappeared. In some cases for the lack of students, as I said, in some cases because the professors who were responsible for those courses retired and there was not anyone to take on the position. So for this problem, I would like to point out two different possible reasons beyond the reasons I have already mentioned. The first one is that multidisciplinary character of industrial archaeology. Industrial archaeology is so often described as this multidisciplinary field of studies. I wonder to what extent that has been negative from the point of view of finding a permanent space at the university. Because multidisciplinarity, I think, might be one of the reasons why industrial archaeology has failed to find a space in the university departments, because these university departments traditionally, maybe this is changing now, but traditionally, these university departments have had a narrow disciplinary orientation. So to fit a multidisciplinary field of studies into a department with a narrow disciplinary orientation, well, in many occasions, this didn't work. And the second reason, and obviously this does not apply for the case of the UK, for the case of Britain, I will say that one of the reasons is that in most countries, especially we see this in the global south, academic archaeologists, that is the archaeologists working at the university, have shown little interest in the industrial period. So as a consequence, industrial archaeology has not been properly represented, at least by the departments of archaeology. So in front of this situation, one can ask whether industrial archaeology is in danger, whether industrial archaeology is going to disappear. I don't think so. I'm positive it will not disappear. And now in this 50th anniversary of the Association for Industrial Archaeology, we will be discussing what to do to avoid that. But I believe that beyond the case of Michigan and Freiburg that offers full programs on industrial archaeology, that might be much more difficult to achieve for other countries. But keeping industrial archaeology as a specialization should be perfectly possible. Ideally, as a specialization of students of historical archaeology, if we understand, as I was trying to define in this presentation, industrial archaeology as archaeology, as the archaeological study of the industrial period, but also, of course, using this multidisciplinary character and using also all the different interests and interested parties that converge in industrial archaeology, also for the students of the history of technology, heritage studies, conservation and planning, and many other fields. I believe that industrial archaeology can survive as a specialization, and I think that the case of the global south, especially of China, is demonstrating that. So that is everything I wanted to say. I just would like to finish the presentation with an invitation for any international students that are willing to continue their training in industrial archaeology. You are very welcome to join us. We have a master program and a PhD program. For the master program, you need to speak Mandarin because there are many courses to take, but for the PhD program, Mandarin is not necessary. So if you want to write your PhD on industrial archaeology or industrial heritage in this side of the world, you are very welcome to join us, and you can contact me in this email and X, Twitter account. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm sorry I'm 5 minutes late, but I will be here if there are later any questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. Can you hear me, Juan? Sorry.
Yeah,
brilliant. And that was wonderful. Thank you
you
so much. We are going to take a coffee break now. So anybody on Zoom wants to come back at just before 11:45. And if there are any questions for Juan, he may or may not be able to join us later because of the time difference, but I'll be taking questions that I can forward on via email. So thank you very much, everybody. That was
thank you.
See you all shortly.
Okay. Yeah. So hello everyone. I'm Emma. I work at Routledge Taylor and Francis, managing the archaeology and AMP portfolio of journals, which includes Industrial Archaeology Review. So yeah, I've worked with the journal and the AIA since I started about 7 years ago. So yeah, very proud of that. And hand over to Liz to introduce herself.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Liz. I'm head of portfolio for heritage journals at Routledge Taylor and Francis. I've actually worked on the journal for 25 years, so it started off at Mainey Publishing where I worked, and then we were taken over by Taylor and Francis in 2015, and I kind of went with the programme to Taylor and Francis. So yeah, I mean, it's great. I know lots of people and have done for many years, so it's great to be back in person and renewing old acquaintances and meeting lots of new people. And thanks Zoe and the AIA for inviting us today. Yeah, and congratulations on the 50th anniversary as well, which is really great. So our focus today is going to be on getting published in academic journals. So we'll be looking at kind of best practice and principles. The landscape is changing quite rapidly. So we'll touch on things like open access, which is a big talking point, and also how to kind of choose journals, how to write and so on, and engage with that publication process. So first thing is, I suppose, pre-submission and just looking at the sort of steps that you're going to take once you get that germ of an idea, how you're going to take that forward. So on this slide, there's just a few very basic stages that you go through before submitting. So you get an idea, choose a journal, again, having done a bit of research, look at kind of back issues of the journal, start to write your draft, and then use your peers to kind of review the work. It says use a critical friend, hopefully not too critical, but somebody who's going to help appraise your idea, refine your drafts, etc., and check the notes for contributors for the journal that you're going to submit to, and then proofread and submit. So we'll go into this in a bit more detail as we work through. So when you think about writing for a journal, quick question here, do you have the idea and write for a specific journal, or do you write the article first and then find a journal that's most suitable? And again, I guess many of you have published, but I probably all take different approaches. But for us, we'd say to actually write for a specific journal. So rather than actually write an article and then think, where am I going to submit this to? And, anecdotally, I think we see only about 30% of authors who actually do write for that specific journal. Most authors write and then, okay, now what am I going to do? And often then have quite a lot of work in curating that article to make it fit the journal they do decide to submit to. I think also a lot of people will go straight in for the jugular with that big review article that they want to write, but there's lots of other ways to actually get into getting your craft right. So you could submit things like book reviews, comments, or rapid communications if there's hot topics in the field that really need something to be output fairly quickly. We also look now, as we get into the open landscape, with things around open research. So we're starting to look at things like data notes, and methods, papers, registered reports, where you have deposited your data and then write a short piece on that data that's published, but doesn't go into quite the length of critical analysis that you might get in a research article. So there's lots of other routes through that publication process without perhaps some of the pain that comes with writing a lengthy article. So once you've followed hopefully, and had an idea, and then you know, are looking for that journal before you develop your research, how do you actually choose the right journal for publication? So I say, well, we say here, visit your university library, but I mean, of course, a lot of people do that virtually now online, so not necessarily the physical university library, but have a look at similar publications. You know, there's lots of ways to get down to where would be the best home. Look at publisher websites as well, and different journal websites. They'll all have aims and scopes on there. Talk to your peers as well, and if you're members of societies and organisations, I mean, they're great places as well to talk to other members and see where they're submitting. As I say, try and appreciate what's happening in the journal that you publish. I mean, a lot of journals do refine their aims and scope over time. You know, they're evolving, living things, the journals, and I think a lot of journals have to sort of evolve with the times and different topics that are coming through. So you know, something that you looked at 5 years ago might not necessarily be 100% right for you now. Always read the instructions for authors, and I think any editor would really thank you for that, because that sets out the expectations before you submit. Look at published papers. Think about the peer review process, as we'll look later on. That's integral to you know, really endorsing the research article, that it does go through the rigors of that peer review process. And think about the submission process. Most journals these days do use online submission and peer review sites. They might have submission portals that are specific for that journal as well. So thinking about, you know, are you able to use those submission processes? And then thinking about the open access policy. And again, we'll come on to open access later, and also journal metrics. So what sort of impact does the journal have in the field? So I touched on reading the instructions for authors, and these are sometimes quite basic, with just basic requirements. Sometimes they're quite complex. So some journals have very complex reference styles, which can be quite daunting actually for a lot of authors. There are lots of standard referencing styles as well, with you know, handbooks like Chicago Style or Modern Humanities Research Association. But again, I think editors really do appreciate authors who have looked at the style and made some attempts to try and follow that style when they're actually writing the paper. Again, think about the language requirements for the journal. Quite a lot of publications will have abstracts, for example, in maybe 2 or even 3 languages, even if the main paper is in English language. Some journals will also take articles in the author's own native language as well. Again, just thinking about accessibility for all, I think there is more of a move towards these kind of accommodations. As we touched on, think about the different article types that there are, the referencing style, and then multimedia publishing options, which we'll come on to later, along with things like ethics, copyright and data sharing. And also what happens post-publication, how can you actually share and reuse your work? Is the publisher engaged in that process? So now you've made that choice, you start to prepare the article for submission. So I think getting the basics right is really important. So the title, the keywords and the abstract. So in publisher speak, we call this metadata. This is always freely available for people to view. So it's a bit like the shop window for your work, really. And you can fall into some traps, which means that it's harder to actually discover your work. So I think there's always a temptation with a title to make that title, oh yeah, let's have some kind of really snazzy thing with that's slightly hidden and abstract, but you know, hopefully people will get it. No, absolutely no, just make the title, it does what it says on the tin. So avoid kind of cliches, jargon, you know, just really keep it quite simple and brief and about what's going on in the article. With the keywords as well, I think don't necessarily use the words that are in the title. You know, I think quite carefully about different phrases and things that you want to use, and again, be very specific with your keywords. If they're too broad, when an author, when a reader is actually searching, they might then just pick up things that don't get you to that article. So you'll just get too many results. I think lastly, with the abstracts as well, you know, I would generally say leave it till you've written your paper and then write the abstract. You might have to go back and refine it, but think about, again, the potential audience, because you want to hook them in the abstract to actually go on and then read the paper. So really just focus on all the essential information that you need in there. And if it's possible in your journal, think about different modes of presentation. So perhaps video abstracts or graphical abstracts. And again, we'll talk a little bit more about those. So copyright and permissions can be quite a minefield. I think it's very complex if you're actually using somebody else's material in your article, and the copyright laws do change as well. So you have to think in terms of text that you might be using. It's okay maybe to quote a couple of lines, but if you've got a substantive amount of text, you would definitely need to make sure that you've got permission to use that. The same for illustrations and artwork. And again, I think now that there's more available in the public domain on things like Google, people assume, oh yeah, well, it's okay for me to use that in my article. And that's not the case. A lot of social media sites and places like, say, Google Maps, they still expect you to go and actually get permission to use their illustrations and artwork. Likewise with data, even if you can access that in a repository, somebody owns that data, so you need to get permission to use it. Films, again, are another area that trip people up. You know, just because you've seen Indiana Jones, you think, okay, right, I'll have that archaeology screen grabbing my my article. That'll really draw people in, but you still have to go and get permission to use those. There are things like fair dealing, which does come through. You know, if articles are only used in a limited way, or certain amounts, it can fit under kind of fair dealing requirements. So you might not have to pay to reuse, but quite often there are charges applied to these, so you need to double check all that. And you must always acknowledge and attribute where the photograph, illustration, text has actually come from, even if it is held in the public domain. There are cases where people haven't done this and we've actually had to block out the images afterwards because, you know, it's just not they can't afford the fee, for example. And also I think it is useful to engage with the copyright holder, because sometimes they can tell you more about what's going on in an image or the data than you've been able to find from your own research. So that can actually provide extra benefits in your publication. So the next big area, and certainly, I mean, I've worked in academic publishing over 30 years and I've never seen anything quite like the explosion in publishing ethics and different cases that we get that come through our doors as publishers. We have a legal team, we have an ethics team. We never had any of this when I first started in publishing. Sometimes we have to go out to specialist defamation lawyers to get their opinions on things. Sometimes we have to go to different countries and get things relating to law in a particular country, because you know we are a global publisher. But there are you know, certain best practice things that you really need to do. So around authorship, you need to make sure that all the authors are aware of what's happening through the publication process, that all the authors' details are given and credits given to authors. Again, we've had cases where people have been listed as authors but haven't actually had very much to do with the paper and don't agree with the article that's been published. Or I just turn that. Does it run out of charge because I talked too much? Is that okay? Sorry, everyone. Yes, or we've had authors who've been left off articles, you know, and then we have to go through that whole process. One thing we're seeing a lot of now is predatory publishing or paper mills. And I'm afraid these aren't the paper mills that you as industrial archaeologists would really like to know more about. So paper mills are, often they can come through conferences where there's a fee paid and a promise that you will get your paper published in a particular journal. Or things are submitted and they will actually go through the peer review process and they will look very credible, but there might just be one or two little red flags. So you might be reading an article about something related to industrial archaeology and all of a sudden there's something about hamsters that appears in a couple of lines, and you know, just those little things would send a flag to us that these are papers that have been generated not in an ethical way. We do see it more on the science, technology and medical side of things, but they are becoming more common in arts, humanities and social science. I think as well, avoid plagiarism and particularly self-plagiarism. You know, I mean, a lot of people now are writing things like blog posts or doing conference work, and that's great. You can work that up into an article, but recycling your paper and then republishing it in different or attempting to publish it in different journals really is very unethical and frowned upon. As well, you need to make sure that you've gone through ethics committees where it's appropriate, particularly if we're thinking about human dignity, maybe dealing with human remains, for example, or Indigenous communities. They have specific criteria set out about how they are referred to, or how you know, material is used within an article. So yes, you need to be really careful, I think, on the ethics side, and we've got lots of information on our website as well about that. And then open access, again, our landscape is changing. So we have two types of open access: gold open access, which is paid for publishing either by a funder or quite often in what we call our hybrid journals, that are subscription journals but with an open access option through our read and publish agreements with institutions or consortia groups. And then we also have a green open access option, which is making available the accepted manuscripts that's being deposited in an institutional repository and is made available after an embargo period. But say there is a growth and a movement towards that open landscape, and that we do have a lot more institutions who are taking up transformative agreements, and it's really up to authors to agree with their librarian whether funding's available through one of these schemes if the institution's part of that. So over to Emma now.
Hi, yeah, so whilst preparing your paper for submission, also start preparing your figures and any multimedia files. So in addition to publishing sort of standard text figures at Taylor & Francis, you can publish audio, visual material, videos, 3D models, and they can all be embedded within the article itself, including 3D models, so you can actually sort of play around with that model in the slide. A supplementary material linked to from your articles that sits alongside separately from your paper. Supplementary material we usually say is sort of material that's supports your paper, but maybe isn't integral. You'd want to include that in the article itself. And in the article abstract. So we do multimedia abstracts, which Liz is going to touch on a bit later. But yeah, they're a great way to draw attention to your research and demonstrate the sort of value and impact of your paper. And as Liz mentioned earlier, abstracts are always free to view. So a video abstract is a great way of drawing in an audience and explaining sort of really complex findings in an accessible way. And we also host all the video abstracts on our TNF Vimeo account. So you've got that extra route for finding research. So yeah, you'll need to supply your multimedia files when you submit your paper. And again, look at the instructions for authors. They'll have details on the file types and any other sort of instructions on how to actually upload that content. So yeah, I'll hand back to Liz now just to talk a bit about the benefits of video abstracts and plain language summaries.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think this area is really important, particularly in areas like industrial archaeology and with crossover into industrial heritage and other areas that we accommodate for both the academic researcher, but also a vocational and professional practitioners. And as Jo was touching on earlier with the kind of YAC side of things, you know, drawing in that younger generation or the early career scholars and practitioner as well, by using language which is accessible. So we do have the option that we can publish what we call plain language summaries. So this is writing your abstract in that doesn't use that kind of technical jargon that an industrial archaeologist would understand, but not somebody who's just coming through or has that kind of broad interest. So plain language summaries, I think, are a great way. The other thing that you can do is a video abstract. And again, we talked about shop windows. I think that's a really great way to get your personality across as part of what you're publishing. Usually they may be about 5 minutes long, perhaps slightly shorter, 2 or 3 minutes if you use them on social media. You can use slides, text, tables, etc. as part of the video abstracts. But again, you're using that kind of plain language to get across things that help with public engagement, but also might help influence things like policy changes and best practice, and just kind of help with the impact of your research across a broader wave of people. Oh, I've got the thing upside down. Many apologies. No.
So yeah, data sharing is also something you should think about as you're getting ready to submit. So data sharing is basically making all that data available behind your article online. So yeah, for example, you can pause it in a data sharing repository and then link to it from your article, again, creating those extra links to your research, so heightening the discoverability. What constitutes data can vary across subject areas and within a project itself. I mean, data sharing, again, it's part of that open landscape. It's come from the sort of science, technology areas, but I mean, in the humanities and social sciences, data can be anything. So it can be photographs, images, 3D models, survey questions and responses, posters from conferences, technical drawings, site maps, field reports. It could be educational materials like from the sort of YAC if you've engaged with that, find reports, lab results. I'll stop listing them, but you get an idea. So yeah, it's increasingly becoming common for researchers to make this available. And also institutions and funders now often mandating it, especially around their open policies. So on this side, you can see our basic data sharing policy that goes across most our journals. I mean, there are some more strict data sharing policies, again, mostly in the sciences. But yeah, you should probably in this slide, you can see that you should deposit your data as before you submit and link to it as part of your article. As an option for authors, they're allowed to deposit in Figshare, who we've partnered with, and that would be supplementary material, but there's lots of other repositories available. And so I'd say, yeah, talk to colleagues again, get their advice, hear what works best for your research. So in archaeology, there's obviously the ADS is the big one in the UK. So yeah, ask colleagues and friends for guidance. And yeah, just to add, data sharing has lots of benefits. So yeah, again, it promotes research transparency. It creates potential for your work to be reused, tested and results reproduced. It ensures all those in the project get credit for the work. So not just the author of the article, if it's a wider sort of community project, they can be added as authors of the data. It supports the preservation of data long term, so not just sort of housed in a sort of museum or sort of hard copy somewhere. And it heightens the discoverability of research. Like I said, all those links to your article, to the work itself, makes it higher in search engine results and increases the possibility of it making an impact. So just last highlight on data. When sharing your data, you should also adhere to the same sort of ethical best practices. So getting permission, but also securing consent. So if there's any human participants, make sure you've got their consent to publish that data. And you might want to consider sort of anonymizing data as well, if it's particularly sensitive. Is this me? Oh, okay. Sorry, this is me. So yeah, just before we move on, it's just a sort of overview of the sort of pre-submission checklist, which I won't read out, but hopefully will be useful if you save these slide deck. So just to pick up on 2 points. Yeah, avoid the self-plagiarism. So as listed, it's quite common to rework existing pieces of writing, a conference paper, a presentation, even a blog post. So just make sure you acknowledge to it, and again, sort of add links and ensure that it's been sufficiently developed that you're saying something else if you are creating that additional material. And on the don'ts, so this actually happens quite a lot, but don't submit your paper to more than one journal at a time. It just sort of creates double the work. And that includes books as well. So if your book's under consideration, and don't then start trying to publish an article from it. And yeah, it duplicates the peer review effort, and it just sort of creates needless work for everyone. And move on. So yeah, I'm just going to briefly go through the peer review process. So next, yeah, thank you. So on this side, you can see the sort of pathways you'd go to after you submit your paper. So most journals will have a submission or peer review system in place that allow you to easily sort of upload your files, tick the different consents you've had, and sort of nudge you in sort of what file types you need to upload. Other journals, they'll ask you to submit directly to the editor via email, and there'll be details on the instructions for authors of what process each journal follows. So once the manuscript's been submitted, it will have a sort of initial sort of admin check, which is where it'll just be checked to make sure that all the files are in the right file types. You've included all authorship details as the basics, really, but if you haven't done that, it will be returned to you pretty much straight away. And then once you've done that and you have actually correctly uploaded your files and your paper, it will be assigned to an editor-in-chief, an associate editor, or an editor for an initial desk review. The editor will consider the paper if it meets the aims and scopes and if it has merit to move forward. If it doesn't, then they'll give a desk reject at that point. The editor will then invite the independent expert referees. The peer review model can differ on different article types, which again is why it's important to read the instructions for authors, and also differ between journals as well. But the academic standard is that any accepted paper will have had 2 peer reviews prior to acceptance. From independent experts. So when we mean independent, we mean not someone who is the editor of the journal or an associate editor who's got an overview of who the author is and the whole submission process. And then, so yeah, it'll go to peer review, and then once the comments come back, the editor will consider the comments and share these with the author. Sometimes they'll write their own sort of summary of them, the editor, and then they'll give a decision of revise and resubmit, accept or reject. And yes, just again, some tips on responding to comments. But I'd say the most important one is, yeah, don't be disheartened. Most papers will have to be revised, often several times before they're accepted. And yeah, so and I think one easy way of doing it is to break it down into a list and categorize sort of the different reviewer comments as action points. So then you can work through them and make sure you've ticked everything off and share that list of any co-authors and share the work. If you do disagree with anything a peer reviewer has said, you can always go back to the editor, ask for that sort of clarity, or if you think, yeah, you can talk to the editor if because they ultimately have the ones that have the final say on the paper. And post-publication. So now you've got to the final stage and our final section of the presentation. So the earlier stages should have all sort of set you in good stead really in your research practice and preparing the files for submission to make sure that your research makes an impact. So what do we mean by impact? So impact is looking at the effects a piece of research has. It may take many forms, but broadly we can define them into these 3 categories. So academic impact, which is the impact research makes in academia, advancing and developing sort of scholarly debate across the field or discipline. Cultural and society impact. So this is the impact research has on lay people, society, the general public. For example, some of the things that Joe was discussing earlier with YAC, you'd class that as sort of cultural and societal impact if you're developing educational resources from your research. So yeah, changing someone's idea about the community they live in and their relationship to it. And policy and practice, which is the changing in policy formations or working practice. So different organisations, funders and institutions track impact and are interested in one or all of these aspects. As an example, in the UK, the Research Excellence Framework, they emphasise the cultural and society impact over the scholarly one and define it as an effect on, change or benefit to the economy, society, culture, public policy or services, health, the environment or quality of life beyond academia, which is quite difficult because impact can be quite difficult to demonstrate and track for your work. So in academic journals publishing, we track these 3 sort of assets of article impacts. We look at usage, downloads, the views of an article. We also track citations, the number of times it's been mentioned in scholarly publications. And we also look at the altmetric attention. So altmetrics is They collect sort of outlets or sort of discussions of research across the internet by looking at algorithms. So each colour in this donut represents social media, blog posts, Wikipedia, news sites, and other sources as well. But it's difficult to like accumulate into one score. And the metrics, although sort of give a good overview, they're not the kind of complete picture. So they give a sort of good benchmark that's easy to understand and quote, which makes them easy to track. And so you can sort of quickly identify sort of hot topics or trends. But they don't give you a sort of that real world impact or cultural society. I mean, Altmetrics does try to do that a little bit by looking at blogs and across the internet, but often people don't link to things properly, so it won't pick up on it. And they also don't evaluate the sort of quality of the impact. So if someone's sort of positively discussing your paper, it won't pick up on that, which so it look like your article's got a great score on Twitter, and then when you go on it, it's because everyone's saying it's rubbish or just completely disagreeing with it. So that the bottom line is they're sort of good overall picture, but you should look at other forms of impact and try and track everything that you do in what way is appropriate for your work. And then lastly, it's just to sort of deviate a bit. So this just here highlights the different ways you can share your work, because it's important to do that to help it make an impact. There are quite different restrictions on what you can share and when. So the author's original manuscript, that's the manuscript, which we often call it a preprint. So that's before you submit it to the journal, or the one that you have submitted, that one you've got ready. So it's before peer review, any revisions. You can share that as much as you like, and you can post it in a preprint server, but we would ask that you add a link to it at the end to the version of record, which is the version that's published in the journal. The accepted manuscript, so this is the version that's gone through peer review and been looked at by the journal editor. So you can post this on a departmental website or somewhere else, and an online repository, but usually an embargo period applies. So this is what Liz was discussing earlier around green open access. The embargo period is usually at 12 or 18 months before it can become freely available to protect that version of record. And then the version of record, that's your published article. You're not usually allowed to share that unless it's been published gold open access. However, I would strongly encourage that you link to it. You can share sort of e-prints of it, of your work, and you can sort of, if you produce other work, blog posts or newsletter of sort of posts about it, you should link to that and make sure direct people to that version of record. And the last slide, I think, how are we doing for time? Okay, so on here, just some sort of effective ways of sort of further sharing your work to try and make sure that it makes that impact that you want. So we've got the 50 free e-prints that we provide at Taylor and Francis. If you need more, you can always sort of request them as well. And we encourage that you share them with sort of quite broadly with colleagues. But I mean, a good way of doing it is if you put them on your social media account and say the first 50 people to click on this link will get a free copy. Again, as we've mentioned a few times, if you do have a blog site or a personal website, write about your article, link to it. And likewise, if you've got an institutional website, make sure it's listed on there and linked to. You can also create an email banner for your work and link to it from there. We've got a free resource on our author services, which I've linked to in this slide, to create an email banner, but you can also make your own if you're quite techie. And lastly, as we sort of touched on right at the beginning, you might also want to think about other sort of publication types from your article. So if you wanted to write a sort of data note about the data that you put in a data repository, or the methods behind your article, but again, it's got to be something new about it. But it might be a useful way if they're all linked together, because it heightens the impact of the overall research project. And that's everything from us. So there's on here some free ebooks you can use that go through the stages we've discussed today, and provide a couple more links to resources. But thank you for listening. It's quite long. I've got a minute. Is that okay?
Obviously, if anyone's got any questions, it could be your
and if anyone has any, they can email us as well if anyone's watching online.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Emma and Liz. I'm going to invite Chris up to the lectern now, who's going to talk to us about the Dawes Twineworks and the success with their volunteers. Dawes Twineworks won our Community Engagement Award last year, and Vanessa went to visit with them. So Chris is going to share some of his insight on that now. Handheld or?
Everybody else has it works,
Yeah,
doesn't
the
it?
volume.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Chris Barker from Dawes Twineworks in West Coker. I'll start with my title, Dawes Twineworks, Community, Industry and Cake. I'm going to show you how community in an industry have been entwined for about 500 years. You can count the puns, and cake's a more modern one. Key words. Probably the last surviving Royal Twineworks with its original machinery. That was written in the mid-80s. Now, 40 years on, we don't know another one, so we'll cut the probably, but we can now add, and it works. So what are we, and where are we, and why are we? This is the geology in our area. West Coker is at the southern edge of Somerset, and across southern England you have ancient rocks over in Cornwall and progressively newer ones, and this bit is a Jurassic sandstone which proved to be excellent for growing flax and hemp. And so as soon as people started to venture across oceans, they built bigger and bigger ships, and ships required sails, rope, twine, and they are the end products that you derive from flax and hemp. As we were growing it there, the industries followed. To put it in context, this is the foretopsail of HMS Victory. It still exists. Those are people there. So it's 80 feet wide, 54 feet high, but the sailcloth was manufactured in the Coker areas and in other places on hand looms. And the Admiralty specification for sailcloth, the bolted sailcloth, was 24 inches wide and 38 yards long. So if you needed an 80-foot sail, you had rather a lot of sewing to do. 40 strips, double line of stitching, 1.5 miles of twine to assemble one sail, 37 sails up there, and they didn't last very long. So these industries, twine, rope and sailcloth, flourished from about 1500 right into the 20th century, and Coker canvas was the Royal Navy's, in fact, the world's real premium sailcloth because of the way it was made. So we celebrate all those things. And in our area, we had growing the flax and hemp, and once you've grown it and harvested, it has to be retted, scaled, broken, scutched, hackled, and finally spun to make yarn. So we had people doing all those things. And then the yarn was the raw material to make twine, rope, nets, and sailcloth. So we had makers. The sailcloth went to the boatyards to be made into sails. And then there were people building boats and ships, and people sailing the ships for various reasons. So the whole community was involved in all those industries. Nowadays, we still have a product called cake. I could add to that honey and cider, but the community is still involved in the shape of volunteers and historians. And if you think the age of sail ended with Brunel, then all the America's Cup yachts used Coker canvas until the 1950s. That's both the American and the British ones. So the fact that Thomas Lipton again failed to win, we didn't really care very much. Right. Now, Dawes Twineworks itself grew out of a sailcloth business. And you had entrepreneurs there who would process the flax and hemp into yarn and then get primarily local women to weave it, and they grew rich on that. But in the early part of the 19th century, someone somewhere else invented power looms, and the industries in East and West Coker declined a lot. And for some reason, our village decided to go into the industrial production of twine. And this is the first twine works on the site. Those two buildings still more or less exist, but you can see there are, I think there are 18 people there and some well-worn paths as they walked up and down. When Rendell died, his manager succeeded him, and the Dorr family then ran the business for the next 90 years. Just before the end of the Victorian period, they built the new twine works, and that continued until it closed in 1968. Mr. Dorr and his wife died in 82, and then things went rather downhill. Local people persuaded the district council to make a compulsory purchase because it was such a valuable site in 2005. And then in 2010, the physical restoration actually began, and we completed a heritage funded project just as the first lockdown started. So what do we have? We have a 100-meter long walk on 2 stories with machinery and other buildings at the east end. This is how it was 20 years ago, as opposed to now. There used to be a bungalow, which is gone, thankfully. It was horrible. And the whole site was removed from the at-risk register in 2019. There you are. This is the magnitude of what was taken on. I wasn't involved at the time. I don't think I would have taken it on, but people like Ross sitting there thought otherwise. As you can see, the whole thing had almost collapsed. You see these posts, I'll come back to those in a minute, and it had a lot of patina, but not much else. And now we have that. Those there are the posts that came from over there. And it looks nice, and it's a lovely place to be, and it's all powered by this engine that we installed. Ross will tell you that we've had a lot of luck on this project. But there was some golfer once who said, the harder I practice, the more lucky I get. So I don't think it's all down to luck. We have no records other than that photograph of the business that was carried out on site. But elsewhere in the village, there was another twine works, and the family who owned that have entrusted us with all the records, all the wages books, week by week, name by name. And this is Pat, who spends many happy hours extracting useful and interesting stuff from that. There's the engine. The engine drives a mainline shaft on the ground floor, and that drives 7 of these finishing setups over the full 100 meters. The shaft also drives up there and down to 4 lots of twisting heads, which do the basic twisting of the yarn into twine. And here on the right, there's 1/2 of the twisting floor. Each of those is a there and back length, so you get nearly 200 meters of twine at a time, and all those are run together, so you actually get 12 at a time once it's loaded. There's some children watching the first twine twisted since '68. Once it's twisted, it has to be treated, otherwise it just rots, and that's where the smelly stuff comes in. The big innovation here was that these there and back lengths were made into loops and put on drums, and the twine would come to you, so you didn't have to walk up and down. And there's a photograph of somebody doing that. Mustn't have been easy on the back. So that's what we are and where we are and so on. In 2015, we were endeavoring to get a lot of money from the Heritage Lottery Fund. And of course, it isn't as simple as sending an email saying we want to rebuild it, send money. You have to work quite hard and fill in or create a number of plans. And this is actually a very healthy exercise, we found, because in order to create these plans, notably the interpretation and activity plans, which are required so that in return for the heritage lottery money, you give something back. We had to think, well, what are we and what do we want to be? Now, I once worked for a mathematician whose motto was, if in doubt, draw a graph. So here's a graph. And the horizontal axis goes from derelict ruin, which is what we had, to what I've called the McLaren factory over here. So it's complete, and perfect, and sterile. And then in the other sense, you have something which is probably of only interest to those of you like putting numbered labels on old pieces of wood, up to all of the fun of fair and a visitor attraction. So we were over here with a ruin that really could do much for any visitor. The first priority was clearly to save the ruin from further dereliction and then start looking at where else we might go. And that was our destination, and that's where we are. So we do have visitor facilities, but we are over towards the right because the machinery has to work, and it does work. And at the same time, we gave the lottery people this slide. 4 words we like. Machinery. We have the original machinery. That's why the site was saved. It is unique. We've now got an engine we've installed that brings it all to life. So it works, and if it works, it should be used. Local. It's part of the area's history. We've had the support of the councils, the community, the volunteers, some sponsors, and local companies have done work where we've needed external work. The atmosphere is important. I've put Victorian factory second because that's what it is and what it must remain. But above that, friendly, informal, visit to suit all ages. And it's original, as it was and is. It works, it's grubby, sounds right. We are lacking in the smells. The treatment material, gelatinous size, we do have a vacancy for somebody to make that. And indeed, we don't know the exact recipe. But what brings it all together is our stories. I've given you the basic geology in one, the flax and hemp, all the products, the workers, where it was used, the family, the maritime history, Admiral Hardy, Dampier the pirate and naturalist, and not least our own story, which bears telling. Now, to bring all that together, we had to provide visitor facilities so that we could keep the factory as it was, looking old and cold and damp and an unpleasant place to work. And this is what we created with quite a substantial lump of the heritage lottery money. We have a visitor centre. We say on one site that we have the most and least thermally efficient buildings in Somerset. And as it was a new build, we were able to do it properly with underfloor heating and a heat pump, which works very well. You will not find any gloss paint that we have to paint again. Inside is one big space sized to suit a school visit or a bus tour. Within that, there is a display room, which is secure, no daylight and so on. And this view is the view that these ladies have with the cake. So everybody's in one space, and that's proved to be very popular. Now, when our visitors arrive, we of course welcome them and we give them a tour. We have an advisor, Professor Emeritus from Swansea University, a tourism specialist called Terry Stevens, who tell them enough to make them want to know more. So we have various ways of delivering this. First of all, the misanthropes can find their own way around and either get an adult or a child script at all the places around the site. We have a site leaflet. We have some walks leaflets. A good way of publishing getting a paper published is to publish them yourselves. Seems a lot easier than what we just heard about. And we have an excellent local historian called Richard Sims, who has written the definitive work on the local industry. Because of the way we're set up, we found these to be very successful. We call them doors yarns, second pun, but there are about 25 and they're all different and they're all individual stories. So you can pick one of them up or none of them up or all of them up in any order. When we had the COVID restrictions, we couldn't let people into the visitor centre. So we took them outside on the tables for people to look at. You could wipe them down, and if they blew away, they're only £2.50 to replace. So we have not only the history, but all these ways of delivering it. Now, the community, it was the local people who urged action, supported by the parish council. Ross, sitting over there, has given more talks than he cares to remember around the area, and nearly every talk results in a visit, a group visit. We've held monthly open days since 2007. I think if we've missed more than 3 or 4, I doubt it. So the 4th Saturday of every month, we are open come what may, unless it's Christmas Day. I didn't come along, I'm a new boy, with the machinery when the oiler bits arrived. And we've had operating machinery since 2013. I think Ross has been making cider since 2013. I don't think the two facts are linked. Schools visits. We welcome schools visits. We don't get as many as we'd like, but they're always successful. We've had that engine running since 2015. We've had the visitor centre and bees and honey for 5 years. In addition to our open day, we still get between 2 and 4 group visits every month. It's absolutely amazing the number of WIs, probuses, clubs, local history, and other societies there are, even within 15 miles of West Coker. The site proved to be a sort of sanctuary after COVID lockdowns, in that it was a nice place to be. People could sit outside. There was cake, coffee, and tea, and nice weather. And the Yeovilton Naval Base Military Wives Choir found our outside undercover walk at the only legal and useful place they could find to rehearse. We actually hold the parish council meetings there. Last item, I'll come back to the Odd Arts Festival. Now, at this point, you're thinking, well, that's it. We've restored the buildings, we've got the machinery working, we've saved the site, we've got visitor facilities, we've done all the history. We just about pay our way, job done, our work here is done. We could do a bit of research if we wanted, but not much more to do. But that's not really the case. I should mention, of course, that we got a much valued award, for which thank you again. There's Vanessa up the back and Ross with our award. So we have this issue, sustainability. Key word, the baby boomers have become scarcer. And when we applied for the subsidiary, the follow-up funding from the award, we wrote these words. For the last 20 years, volunteer organisations everywhere have depended on baby boomers, many of whom retired early on family pensions. The younger generations are having to work and support their children for far longer, and so volunteer effort will become scarcer. And it's not a problem just for us, it's a problem for the National Trust. You go to a National Trust site, if it's not a Sunday, it's all the grey market, isn't it? Parish council, village halls, and other clubs and societies all have this issue. Now, I mentioned the Odd Arts Festival, and the next slide starts with a little bit of video and audio. So pay attention, please. Okay, The Odd Arts Festival is organised by a local artist who's also quite an entrepreneur. And he's now done the third of these, that normally at 2-year intervals. And for that, the door site is used for many of the artists' exhibitions and workshops. And we get not only a large number of visitors, but a very different demographic. Younger people, artistic people, families, and so on. And we targeted that as a way of attracting people to join our volunteer workforce. We also commissioned our own artist, Marcy Tusink, an American lady, who found a remarkable text from Pliny the Elder almost 2,000 years ago, which marvels that the tiny flax seed is the thing that allows men and plants to move across the surface of the earth. And this is our twisting floor, 100 meters of it, and she created all these ships demonstrating the movement of ships and plants across the sea. So that was quite outstanding. And then we had other things, and as you see, we had this LGBT plus sea shanty choir on the final Sunday lunchtime, and that was very popular. So we wanted to target that. Now, coincidentally, the organizers of this arts festival had chosen a line from T.S. Eliot's poem East Coker. Yes, there is an East Coker. They think they're better than us, but they're not. And this line is still and still moving. And the meaning is that you might think that things are static, but they do evolve and change, however slowly. So we produced a little leaflet, which you can see most of here, and this picture. And then we have the more snappy version. I think that's where Donald Trump got the idea from. The point is that we are much, much older than we appear to be there. And we use this line still and still moving, but for how long? And invited people to come and join us. So has it worked? Well, it's worked to a degree so far. I should say that we've also got Heritage Open Days next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 10 until 4, West Coker. We do have an extra trustee on the charity that runs the whole thing. And she happens to be the daughter of the neighbor who nagged and urged saving doors in the first place. It's important that we get the right people here, not somebody who's moved to the area from Southeast England and thinks they know it all. Forgive me if you've come from Southeast England. I also come from Bradford. Quite significantly, we now have a lady who works at Leonardo, which you might remember as Westland Helicopters. And she's a PR woman who has not only the skills, but much more important, the interest in promoting our social media. And she started that, and we've got instantly much more feedback. We've always had good feedback. In fact, we've never had bad feedback from anyone ever, have we? No. And we've recruited some other volunteers who've seen, I said, will they do some mowing? Well, at least one of them is. We have, I forgot what to say there. There's another volunteer anyway that I was going to mention, but can't remember. So we're going to continue this with the Heritage Open Days, where we do get people from further afield who've gone on the website, looked at the map and thought, oh, that looks interesting. We'll go to Somerset for the day, and hopefully we'll get something out of that. We are not talking large numbers here. We're happy to continue at something like the scale of operation we have. We might be sad, but we do have other lives. And, you know, if we can recruit, well, 10, we wouldn't know what to do with more than 10 volunteers, would we? On top of the ones we have. But it is important for the future of this site, having done all that work. And finally, this is what we came from? That there was convenient because I was able to lift the crankshaft and flywheel onto the engine with that. But this is what it was 20 years ago. You can see what it was like there. And we tell people, and they usually agree, you will leave here having learnt things you didn't know. It's a very simple process, a simple industry. It was vitally important for 500 years, and it's a story we want to continue to tell. Thank you. We have time for questions if you have any. But we're not overrunning into lunch.
Flax. And my wife inherited 4 large travel trunks made from flaxite, which I gathered from a label on one of them, and they're rigid. So they're clearly woven from flax, but they are now grey and rigid. And I just wondered whether you've ever heard of this material flaxite and how it's made from flax.
I haven't heard of flaxite, but I have heard of Fordite, because when I'm not at the twine works, I might be driving my Model T Ford, and the steering wheel rim there is made of Fordite, and Fordite was made from soya. So my guess is, instant guess, because I hadn't heard of it, is that there's some similar process that amalgamates flax fibers in a similar way to that glass fiber would take glass fibers into some substance.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone else? Would anyone else? Okay.
You're running the machinery.
Yes.
What are you doing with the stuff you make?
We don't. We are set up to make, and it looks like we make, and it goes round and we twist it. Fortunately, there are 2 types of twine, S twine and Z twine, clockwise and anti-clockwise. So I can show you twisting twine, and when you've turned the other way, I can run it backwards and untwist it again. As for the treatment, that run on the floor, I've deduced that the cycle period for loading, washing, treating, and polishing and unloading the twine on the ground floor was 24, was a working day. And we're not that fast. If we have to unload and load that, my wife, who's behind you, will attest, loading it up and doing it without getting it tangled is no fun.
But you would have to treat it in order to be able to sell it.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Except I can reveal here that we actually have a very convincing looking man-made material on that. So we don't have to worry. Nevertheless, it does deteriorate because as it goes round, it scrapes along the guides and so on, and eventually it becomes hairy and acquires all the qualities of Velcro. And then there's oh my God, it's tangled up again. And more hours spent. And we spent enough hours mowing without doing that.
You make the twine, but who then makes the rope, or did make the rope? You could obviously send it down to Chatham and they'll make rope for you.
No, this was a twine works. It didn't make rope. Rope making is a more complicated process.
There's rope makers in Bridport.
There are rope makers in Bridport. When you start from the coast, Bridport did rope and nets. Crooken did sailcloth. We did twine, having abandoned sailcloth. And Bedminster, there was a yarn mill at just north of Bridport as well. But to make rope, you twist yarns or twines and then 3 at a time or more, and they themselves then form round a central core, but you only get the length of the walk, whereas simpler twine twisting process is there and back.
But so the
Oh, sorry. But we have made a rope making machine to demonstrate the difference, a simple one, and we let children make rope.
But you have in the Victorian times they would have made an awful lot of this twine. It must have been a major task shipping it to wherever it was sent.
Well, we don't know of any evidence of a twine works older than the one I showed you in the photograph from 1850. Now, clearly, HMS Victory sails were made 60 years before that, 50 years before that. And so there were people making twine in large quantities, but I think it was a domestic industry. So the farmers would process the flax, because all those words I used end up with fine fibers like your hair, and you throw away the other 85% of the plant. So you want to do that on the same site as where you're harvesting it, otherwise you've got unnecessary transport. So I suspect that having made the yarn, there were probably people making the twine on the side on simple machinery. I think it's a bit like knitting and marmalade. It went on, but you won't find any evidence now.
Thank you. Can I invite anybody who's Zooming with us, if you have any questions, if you'd like to raise your digital hand or pop any questions or comments in the chat. I have a question, if that's okay. I was wondering, when you were going through the process of deciding what you had and who you were and what you wanted to be, did you undertake consultation within your volunteer group, or did you extend that out into the local community?
Certainly within the volunteer group. I think on reflection, the die was fairly cast by then, because it was already a community theme, in that the community had got together to save it, parish council and the district council, who, I mean, if they hadn't bought it in 2005, they certainly wouldn't have bought it after 2008. So I think by then it was probably, but the detail of how we did that had to be thought through, and what sort of visitors facilities, what did we do to the factory? Did we put concrete paths everywhere? Do we have flashing lights and video shows around the place? The answer is no, obviously. All those things had to be decided.
And did you have much success with recruiting volunteers from the Odd Arts Festival specifically?
Well, that was what I was talking about. Yeah, we got 4 or 5, I think.
That's good. That's great.
But that's, if we'd had 10, we'd have been delighted. 4 or 5 is a good start.
So, yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I tell you, if you're mowing that site, 2 of you instead of 1 of you makes a huge difference.
Is there anybody else who would like to? Okay.
Hello. Did I hear correctly that you said you don't have as many school visits as you would like, although they are successful?
Sorry, you didn't.
Did I hear correctly? You said that you don't have as many school visits as
That's
you would
correct.
like. Do you know why? Is it something you've been able to
A number of reasons. First of all, we're in a rural area that doesn't have that many schools to call on. Another issue is that buses are a problem. The schools have to use buses. They're expensive, and if they require the buses, the same buses are usually used for the morning and afternoon to and from school. And if you try and get a bus that overlaps that, you pay a lot more.
Sure.
So the visit can't start till 10:30 and has to finish at 2. And I think, well, the teachers would say that school pressures and the curriculum make it difficult. It is a shame. We can show you the books of thank yous and cards and so on, which are to die for, really. And they make rope, they make twine. We treat it with wallpaper paste in the absence of boiled up rabbit skins and so on. And it goes down very well.
Yeah, I mean, that's not uncommon, I think. So
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if it was, like I say, it's quite a local problem that is replicated quite a lot, I think, with sites like this. Thank you.
Lots of questions.
This is logistical. Might we pass that off?
I just mentioned, I think, that the Dawes Twine Works was the recipient of a restoration grant from the AIA.
It was, yes.
At some point, I can't remember when it was.
It was about 2013 or 14, and we spent it on some of the machinery. And thank you very much again.
If we have no more questions,
We're early for lunch.
well, I'm very content to announce we are early for lunch. If everybody online wants to join us, we're kicking off again at 2:15, and we'll see you then. Thank you very much. Welcome back after lunch, everybody. I hope we've got everyone. There might be a few people flowing in shortly. I would like to introduce Vanessa now, who is a heritage researcher for Thread, but also she is the chair of the Young Members Board and will shortly be stepping down. So we congratulate Vanessa and hope that she'll return to us after a period of maternity leave. And I will hand over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to have been asked to present to you today at this conference hosted by the AIA. I'm Vanessa, and I'm currently the chair. And as Zoe mentioned, sadly, I'm stepping down to take on a whole different role in a few weeks' time. The Young Members Board was established in 2020 during what we can all agree was a very surreal and challenging period. With the various COVID lockdowns, restrictions on socializing, and adapting to working from home, it was a particularly isolating time for many of us. When I came across an email from the IHBC sharing an opportunity for early or mid-career professionals to join a newly formed Young Members Board of the association, something told me to find out more. I have to admit, I had never heard of the AIA before. Next thing, I was one of the founding members, a group of about 12 of us who had all expressed a similar interest. Despite our physical distance, all of us spread out all over the country and beyond, our shared curiosity in all things industrial had brought us together as a group of like-minded heritage professionals who began to meet regularly online. In working out what this new group was all about, we found that all of us had come to it from widely varying backgrounds. Some of the members were in fact working as archaeologists, while others were involved in the heritage sector or academia. As for my background, I studied architecture and gained work experience in South Africa and Namibia before completing an MPhil in conservation of the built environment at the University of Cape Town. I was eager to gain experience and understanding of historic building conservation and moved to the UK in 2017. I've been working at Thread, a female-led team of specialist conservation architects since I moved here. At Thread, I've been applying my knowledge of conservation principles to a variety of incredible historic buildings. And in turn, I've been learning a great deal about building fabric, which in some cases is well over 700 years older than the oldest buildings I dealt with in Southern Africa. Over the past 5 years, our office has become involved in more industrial heritage projects, developing an understanding of their significance and uses to help inform their repair, conservation, and the design of any new build interventions. At first, this move to industrial sites may have been out of sheer curiosity, but gradually, this has become something of a passion for our team as we seek out projects which inspire our interest
and which present a unique challenge. So by the time I saw the call for the young members in the AIA, I was well and truly hooked. My role at Thread has evolved, becoming the office's heritage researcher, undertaking reading and recording, which allows us to understand the historic development and aesthetic, historical, and social significance of the buildings that we work on. In 1967, Michael Ricks defined industrial archaeology as recording, preserving, and in selected cases, interpreting the sites and structures of industrial activity, particularly the monuments of the Industrial Revolution. It turns out that's precisely what I've been doing. So without even knowing it, I got myself into industrial archaeology. Today, I'm going to tell you a bit more about one of our projects, which is particularly special to me, being one of the most challenging industrial sites we've worked on. Based in the Southwest, it seems fitting to share this with you at this year's conference in Bath. In 2020, Thread was appointed to undertake research into the historic development and significance of an abandoned Grade 2 star heritage at risk site called Toneworks. Located on the edge of Wellington in Somerset, it was largely hidden from view by a massive vegetation which had covered its walls. Access was not possible due to extensive asbestos contamination throughout the dangerous site. We also happened to be restricted to working from home during a national lockdown. Many hours of research were therefore conducted from my kitchen table, with no access to site or a physical archive. This way of research presented its challenges, but it also turned the process upside down, so to speak, forcing us to think creatively about how to understand a building that we couldn't actually visit. Here follows a brief history of this place, and I say a history because what I'm sharing is based on my understanding of the written histories of Toneworks as found in reports, historic maps, and the written words and musings of various Fox brothers over the years. Of course, we have since learned from the buildings themselves and their contents, and they've told us a lot. So let's step back in time to 18th century Wellington, a market town which was ideally situated to carry wool from the West Country to Holland and beyond via the ports of Topsham, Minehead, and Bridgewater. Here, the Weir family had already been making serges, a type of fabric, since 1650. It was a cottage industry at this time, relying on weavers to complete their tasks at home before delivering their finished goods at Trade Court on South Street in Wellington. Trade Court did not have an abundant supply of water. However, Toneworks did. It was ideally situated on the banks of the River Tone, and therefore able to harness power from the flowing water, as well as a constant source of water supply for wet processes. These included dyeing, tucking, or fulling, which is wool washing. We know that the Weir family owned a tucking or fulling mill on the River Tone since at least the mid-18th century. A reset date stone in the west gable of the dye works is inscribed Thomas and Eliza Weir and Sons, 1754. And we finally found that plaque when the vegetation was removed, once we had access to that wall that you see. 18 years later, Thomas Fox would become a partner in his grandfather's enterprise and revolutionize the business. By the end of the 18th century, Fox owned Toneworks and Tonedale Mill in Wellington and Cold Harbour Mill in Ufcombe. This expansion was largely due to increased trade with bigger international markets, including the East India Company. The greater demand required more people and more efficient machinery, powered by a water system controlled by locks and weirs. In 1801, the basins at Wellington were excavated, providing a constant water level for the water wheels at Tonedale.
they remain an important feature for people and wildlife today. The extensive adaptation of the watercourse at Toneworks clearly illustrates the significance of these water systems and how this valuable resource defined the development of Toneworks. The construction of the conveniently located Grand Western Canal meant that access to coal and safer transportation of goods was possible, connecting Wellington to Tiverton and Taunton by 1838. Although this section of the canal was closed by the arrival of the railway soon after 1844, its route can still be traced along the West Dean Way. We know that by the time the canal arrived in 1838, several structures existed at Toneworks, including the North Dry House, parts of the dye works, and crucially, the wheel chamber. Today, it sits inconspicuously in the heart of the finishing shed, which was built up around it later. The wheel chamber is significant as it provides evidence of the earliest source of power generation on the site in the form of a breast-shot suspension wheel, which was fed by water directed through what is known as the streaming shop. The 1893 finishing shed was constructed on raised ground, using the excavated soil from the adjacent water softening reservoirs, which you may have seen on the aerial photo earlier. Sitting about 1.3 meters above the original floor level of the wheel chamber, it's the only area on the site that does not flood. The north light roof structure of the finishing shed is one of the largest and best preserved examples in the country of the North Light factory shed, complete with its original power systems and machinery. No other sheds of its type contain combined water and steam power systems and early DC and AC electric systems. What you see in this photograph is basically what you see today. The evidence of the development of these systems can be seen in the overhead line shafting from the wheel chamber to the dye works and in the belt pulley system, which connects the water wheel to the line shafting, which runs along the length of the finishing shed. This was adapted to connect to a steam-powered engine in the engine house, which was supplied by the steam plant in the boiler house. By 1922, a powerhouse was built on the other side of the river to supply the site's DC motors and electric lighting systems. By 1930, electric DC and AC motors were both in use, yet steam and water systems remained connected and were still used until the 1940s. The slow adaptation and use of traditional systems allowed the Fox brothers to retain some of their oldest machinery, many of which were believed to produce a finer quality finish than quicker, more modern equipment. The rows of scouring and milling machines in the finishing works are a good example. Where other companies relied on combined machines, the Fox brothers continued to develop the process of repeated, separate, and more time-consuming scouring, which was washing with softened water, and milling, a semi-wet process of rolling. Two techniques which ultimately resulted in their world-renowned reputation for fine quality flannels. These are still produced today by the Fox brothers, albeit in a much changed environment and different ownership. This type of care extended to a large extent to the welfare of their people. As a Quaker, Thomas Fox attempted to keep as many people employed as possible. In 1800, he set up a non-profit shop in Wellington to help with access to food and essentials. By 1863, a system of profit sharing was introduced, and by 1874, pension, accident, medical, and maternity benefits were offered. These predated state benefits in the UK. The Fox brothers' self-sufficiency is another important aspect to consider. At its peak, the company also employed fitters, mechanics, electricians, and carpenters, allowing for the manufacture, maintenance, and repair of essential parts. In the oldest part of the dye works,
built up against the river and next door to great indigo vats and dye-stained rollers. A section of the building once used for wool dyeing helps to tell the tale of the self-sufficiency, adaptation, and repair. Parts of this building predate the dye works shed, and this can be seen in an extraordinary louvered clerestory roof structure on the left, which clearly differs from the regularity of the main dye works roof. This clerestory roof also appears to have been adapted several times to suit its neighbor's expansion. Timber boarding over louvers, infill windows, steel plate repairs, and modern ventilator fan insertions show a tradition of visible repair in this area and years of practical adaptations made in-house. Like Tonedale Mill, Toneworks has suffered over the past 20 years or so, as it stood vacant and vulnerable to the ravages of wind, rain, theft, and vandalism. While its physical presence is less obvious than the larger Tonedale Mill factory, Toneworks has immense potential to provide Wellington with an evocative physical link to its industrial past. Wellington's landscape is still punctuated by the leats, footbridges, weirs, and sluices that were created by the Fox brothers, legacies of their ingenuity and determination. The water that flows through these features today still flows through Toneworks. The site's connections to the natural world are therefore also significant. The potential to link this place to Wellington's wider green spaces seems ever more important. So many people played a part in its existence. So many families were connected to the Fox brothers and the woolen textile industry that they developed. Toneworks has the potential to feed into Wellington's collective memories of its past and to help strengthen its identity as an industrious and resilient place. Although business had declined, Toneworks was abandoned reluctantly. Asbestos contamination forced its closure in 2000. Its people had to leave. Fabric was still draped in rollers, trolleys still loaded with cloth, samples left ready for checking. But the clues of the people who once worked here can be found in their names printed fondly on trolleys and older graffiti tucked away in the structure. Others have since added their own tags and marks to the walls. Items have been left behind. These too add to a story which has not yet ended. And 23 years later, I feel deeply privileged to have had the opportunity to be part of the continuation of the story. Somerset Council, which was recently known as Somerset West and Taunton Council, recognized the significance of the site, as well as the urgency of its protection and repair, which was not being effected by the previous owner at the time. While Thread researched the site's history and heritage significance in 2020, the council was working hard to negotiate taking ownership of the site, the only feasible way they could take real action to save Toneworks. It reminds me of the story of the Twineworks. Once this had been achieved, the council had the following key objectives for the site: to make it safely accessible, to make it structurally safe, to repair the building envelope to prevent further deterioration, to save as much historic fabric as possible, and to enable the reuse of the existing buildings. The council's intention was to make the buildings available for community use in the future, but an end user had not yet been identified. So their brief to us as the design team remained open-ended to allow for various future community uses. Generally, when architects are appointed to help a client bring their vision to life, their brief tells us what they want the building for. This project therefore called for a completely different way of thinking that required us to think of the building's needs first and foremost, whilst always considering flexibility and resilience for future use. The site also presented us with several challenges, which made the process uniquely difficult. The entire site was extensively contaminated with asbestos. This is, of course, what had ultimately closed it 20 years before. But the effects of 2 decades of weathering had caused the asbestos pipe lagging and insulation to decompose and break down, meaning that whole areas of the site were covered in debris. This meant that the site was unsafe to access without full PPE and could not be surveyed until it was made safe. Working in any historic setting, particularly one as unusual as this, generally requires detailed surveys before any work commences, so that the professional team can work with detailed information and measurements to make informed decisions that can also be costed. We didn't have this. In addition to the contamination, the site presented a host of other physical challenges. Lack of access. The site is almost entirely surrounded by water, the River Tone and 2 water reservoirs. The only bridge providing access to Tone Works was previously sold to a different owner, meaning that access across had to be carefully negotiated. The location of the water, which abuts the building edges, also meant that any access to repair the building roofs or exterior would need specialist access scaffolding. The building also contains open water channels and it's liable to flooding. Throughout the site, these water channels, culverts, and pits meant that access was impaired and at risk of flooding at any time. Floor voids, some of them unknown. As no detailed surveys had been undertaken at this stage, the floors could not be assumed safe due to the presence of numerous concealed floor voids. This is just one example of where a survey had been done later showing the presence of all those floor voids that no one knew about. Dense vegetation was another problem, impeding visibility and access, making it difficult to assess portions of the buildings. The abandoned site had also become home to 8 species of bats, as well as birds, dormice, and otters. Any work to areas inhabited by the bats required a bat license and had to be completed within a very certain period to avoid harming any hibernating bats, for example. And then historically significant fabric and evidence. My historic research of the site, as well as a Historic England, then known as English Heritage, report on the machinery in the finishing works had given us a good idea of the nature of the historically significant items on the site. But as access was so limited, we did not have further information on the extent or locations of these items or anything beyond the finishing shed. The removal of the asbestos was the clear priority for the site, before anything else could even be considered. A carefully considered tender process enabled the council to appoint a specialist asbestos contractor based on their demonstration of their understanding of the complexities of the site. Once appointed and on site, SHIELD was able to set up the site facilities and safety protocol, which allowed a very limited number of people to finally be able to access the site. We had to wear full PPE and face-fitted asbestos masks and had to follow strict site access routes to prevent cross-contamination as we moved through parts of the site. In their first week of site setup, I surveyed the existing machinery with Jeff Wallace from Dorothea Restorations, taking photographs of the existing and recording loose items and their locations. We explained the historic significance of the overhead line shafting and connected machinery to SHIELD site managers, whilst we stood below and beside these very items. They truly took this information on board, and I believe it was a key moment which contributed to the success of the project. I wrote an outline methodology relating specifically to the protection of the historic fabric, including the machinery, line shafting, and related items. This was adapted for Shield's specific requirements, but meant that no historic line shaft, machinery, or evidence was removed from site. Instead, where in situ fixtures such as line shafts could not be completely cleaned, they were encapsulated with a clear varnish, which protects them from further degradation. Whenever Shield was uncertain, they would contact us and ask. In the boiler house, for example, items had been dumped in the space, some clearly from the time of the Fox brothers, but others appeared to be completely unrelated, including household items and car repair parts. I spent many hours with Shield in my PPE gear, sifting through loose items to record those which were clearly of historic interest, as well as to keep anything that had the potential to be of significance. Some examples: we knew that a car repair business had occupied the site at some point before it was closed, so keeping old exhaust pipes was not really necessary, and these types of items could be bagged up and disposed of safely. On the other hand, we found a pile of old black and white photographs, some of them portraits. Did these get dumped here with the other household items? Or were they in the desk drawer of a supervisor employed by the Fox brothers? We haven't found all of these answers yet. But importantly, we've not lost the evidence which could answer some of these questions in the future. With access possible, we were also able to go around the entire site to review the condition of the buildings. Working closely with principal designers and safety advisors, C2 Safety, structural engineers Integral, and quantity surveyors Peter Gunning and Partners, we were able to compile a schedule of priority repairs with an estimated cost. It was essentially our shopping list of what we knew needed to be done. Working closely with Historic England, the main funders, and the council, we devised a targeted repair strategy rooted in key conservation principles based on our knowledge of the development of the site, evidence of previous structural repairs, and the availability of funds. This has meant that repairs have been completed in phases as our understanding of the site's needs has advanced and as funding becomes available. The asbestos decontamination unlocked all areas of the site, enabling urgent temporary structural propping, the structural consolidation of the east wall of the finishing shed to reconnect it to a significant north light roof structure, and the structural timber and roof repairs to the wool dyeing building, known as Area V. And most recently, the structural support of one of the most dangerous parts of the site, where a large cast iron tank needed to be protected from structural collapse. A two-stage approach to procurement allowed us to work closely with experienced contractors, Corbel Conservation, to gain their insight and collaboration in the design of access and practical repair strategies. We could not do this alone, and it was very much a team effort. In this way, issues such as the design and timing of the installation of a bridge scaffold over the river could be practically solved as a team, and the specification of repairs to the tank could be agreed as access to survey it and reach it became possible. In the architectural profession, there's often a lot of focus on the finished product, a photogenic building or a design intervention. I can't present these to you today because our work at Toneworks is not finished. Years of decay have meant that there are years of work still ahead to secure the building's future and sustainable use. This project has shown me a different side of historic building conservation, the complete opposite to the seamless restoration of a grand manor house, for example. We've had to find practical solutions in much the same way as the Fox brothers would undertake their repairs at the time, using the materials available to them, often quite visibly, and in the most cost-effective way possible. What our work has shown us is how collaborative, cross-discipline problem solving, and real teamwork can achieve a great deal within a short period of time. The complexity and urgency of the work meant that there was no place for egos. Every single member of the team has got themselves covered in dirt or oil at some point. Nobody has ever claimed to know all of the answers. The practical experience and know-how of the contractors has informed and guided so much of the conservation process, whilst some of the questions they've raised have truly reminded us, the design team, of how little we know. Following the completion of the structural repairs in Area V, we wanted to celebrate this collaborative process by sharing it with others in the heritage industry, keen to raise more awareness of the site, its challenges, and the need for more funding to continue repairs. A symposium and guided tours in November 2022 showed the need to widen our engagement with the local public, particularly by opening the site for more guided tours. The council set up a series of guided tours for the public in July and August of this year, which have been incredibly well received and were rapidly fully booked. I've also written a case study on our targeted approach to these conservation repairs for Historic England, who will be publishing this shortly. The purpose of the case study is to highlight the multiple challenges we faced in our targeted approach, as well as the successes that it enabled. This has the potential to inform the way urgent conservation repairs can be considered for other heritage at-risk sites. In addition to this, my colleague Claire Fear and I have produced a book on Toneworks. It is intended as a record of Toneworks as we found it, capturing its character before it was cleaned up during the asbestos decontamination and before the structural repairs returned parts of it to a previous state. We did this in our free time out of love for the site and the project. It's currently available for purchase by contacting us directly or locally at the bookshop by the Black Downs. Here's an example. Shameless sale. We hope its sale will help spread further awareness of this incredible site with more people and bring in more funding to help support future phases of repair. As a young professional, I find it hard to believe that I've been involved in such an incredible project. It has shown me the value of sheer determination, that of the council for persevering in acquiring the site and for pushing for funding opportunities, and that of our team when it seemed like all odds were against us to complete the work within the funding and timing constraints. It has also shown what passion and enthusiasm can achieve when combined with research, teamwork, and a few skills. For any young people listening today, wondering how they can get more involved in industrial archaeology, I think the key is being open-minded in ways the team at Toneworks had to be. It may open up opportunities for you in a discipline that you did not necessarily start in or think you knew anything about. Your career progress does not need to follow a linear process or path, but instead it can branch out or move sideways. Focus on your passions as priorities and show your commitment through diligent, careful work. It will ultimately lead you to a role that you truly love, and perhaps it will involve industrial archaeology. Joining the AIA as a young member, for example, might also connect you with others who've started their career in a similar way to you and offer you insight into opportunities to engage with more experienced members of the AIA. And to those more experienced members of the AIA, we really need you to keep sharing your experience and knowledge so that this is not lost. For a project like Toneworks, where funding remains a challenge and its future is still unclear, your help could be invaluable. Perhaps you have insight into the areas of machinery that have not yet been surveyed. Or perhaps you've got an idea for a volunteers workshop, which could engage young and old members of the AIA. Please do drop me a line to share your thoughts. Perhaps we can extend our collaborative process beyond the professionally appointed team in ways that are not limited by funding. And beyond our project, sharing of knowledge, experience, and other projects of interest is so valuable in getting more people interested in this fascinating field of work, which has brought us all together today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. I feel a bit emotional after that, and I don't know why. It was great. I hope you all enjoyed that. We're just going to take a 5-minute hiatus to swift some tables around. So if you need a bathroom break, feel free to do that. But we'll be coming back together in just 5 minutes for the final session, where you'll have a chance to ask lots of questions. Hopefully everybody's got some questions. So we'll catch up with you again in just a few moments. Thank you. Thank you very much for waiting for that brief moment while we sorted out the tables. I will reintroduce everybody, just in case there are people that weren't here this morning, very briefly. We've got Vanessa, we've got Emma, Liz, Joe, Chris, myself, Zoe Arthurs, and Gordon. Gordon is from the Museum of Technology at Cambridge, and he has been in touch with us to share some of the work that they are doing there as part of our think tank, which I'm so grateful for, because the aim of this think tank was to get your opinions, because I'm hoping that your opinions will form part of our programme planning for the next few years. So I'll hand over firstly to Gordon, and then I'll open the floor for your comments and questions. I have some questions for you guys that I would be really grateful if you would share your thoughts on those. So we'll go over to Gordon, and then we'll come back over.
Yeah, I think that should be fine. Yeah, thank you. While we're waiting for that, I should point out I'm a volunteer at the museum. I'm speaking in a personal capacity rather than representing the trustees of the museum, but I did want to just share a framework. I put this together when I approached the AIA. It's interesting, during the course of today, I know the slight clipping at the top. I'll just read out the top of the slide. It was a new audience framework, and it was put together, as I say, for the intention of this session, but building on some work that I've contributed to the museum as part of a longer term redevelopment. And I thought it was useful just to share the framework for the purposes of a workshop, just to kind of frame some of the content that's already been covered today. So without kind of regurgitating everything that's been covered, I just wanted to go through the different types of audience and how you might want to think about, let's say, reaching these new audiences, which are typically adjacent to the traditional audience that you may think of for industrial archaeology. I won't go through the whole slide. As I say, a lot of it has already been covered today, but I just thought it was useful as a framework for the discussion. You can see in the center here, you've got your core audience. Now, it may well differ for the institution or organization that you operate in. It was really just to kind of show you a kind of an example of how a framework can be used to think about these new audiences. In the core, you've got neighborhoods, industrial enthusiasts, volunteers, educators, funders, but then expanding out to what you might call an affinity audience, and this realm of partnerships. So we've heard today about various co-creation that you can do, whether it's presenting material, popping up at organizations and events outside of industrial archaeology. So these third-party activities, and thinking about how the organization can operate as a community hub. So all the community activities that you heard about this morning through the Council for Archaeology. And that then extends out into some interesting areas. The museum I volunteer at, volunteers have actually gone out into the community, taking this knowledge and skills to operate reuse and repair workshops in the community. So again, that practical application of skills and knowledge that's been acquired through an industrial archaeology context, and then taking that back out into the community. So it's like clipping at the bottom of the screen, but you have a collection of associations and festivals that the AIA can be present in. You heard some examples this morning from the way in which you can operate beyond a traditional IA environment and extend out into an arts environment. So that also reaches out even more adjacently into thinking about industrial archaeology as a dramatic venue. So you heard examples this morning from the arts and performance world, how you take that out into the arts world. As I won't go through the whole set of the slide, but it was just there as an example of different adjacencies that you can think about when trying to reach new audiences. I will then just show you the application of that in a multi-sensory environment. So thinking about all the different senses that industrial archaeology can stimulate. Here's a visual example. So we've been doing drone work. So we can go from past to present. And then turning that into social media. And that's, unsurprisingly, that's been very popular. The name Fred Dibner still resonates even a couple of decades ago. I'll just pause there temporarily. So we've covered vision as a sensory dimension, the sonic architecture of industrial archaeology. So this is an area that, again, museum volunteers have really tried to reach out to new audiences. Very fortunate, I've got a very talented volunteer who's very musical. So what better way than turning your industrial archaeology into a musical instrument and into an orchestra. So he's actually composed from the sounds of engines, amazing work. And he's turned it, he actually wants to come and then re-record it at the museum, but it just gives you a sense of then being able to, you're then reaching out into a whole new audience of content creators in a sonic realm. So I'll just give you a few more seconds of engines as instruments. Just bear with me. So the logical conclusion is turn your industrial archaeology space into a performance space with, this is a recent Folk Day festival, which again brought in a whole new audience of enthusiasts, but in a different realm of, should we say, traditional industrial archaeology. But you can see how how fantastic a space industrial archaeology can be for sounds. Again, we heard about that from the example this morning, that yeah, musical performance and industrial archaeology can go together. So we've covered visual, sonic. We'll go on to tactile, hands-on industrial archaeology and how that can bring in new audiences.
So I'm an ambassador for AIA and the Women's Engineering Society, and I go into schools and speak. Sometimes we have people contact us here and say, can they have a look around and get involved? What's really great about this kind of engineering, it's very, very visible. And lots of engineering isn't. It's very enclosed, it's a bit of a black box system. But here you actually see it. You feel the flames when the boilers, we're stoking the boiler, you can feel the heat going through the pipes, you can see the engines moving. And that actually is quite inspirational because people can see what's happening. So we do have some younger volunteers here that are doing A-levels or at university and they're wanting to get experience, just want to know what engineering is about. And this gives them a hand-on opportunity where they're contributing to the museum. And I'm really thrilled that I can help that process for younger people coming up, and hopefully it will just keep continuing. So that's one of the reasons why it's so important to have places like this museum, because you see.
It's been clipped off. Let me just see if I can. I think we were about here.
Online, I came into the museum after the boiler had broken, so actually taking something that didn't work and to take it from that situation to a point where we're actually having our first public event, that's incredibly satisfying.
Okay, so that's the hands-on. This is the smell. So this was a sensory walk, which an academic researcher organised at the museum. So taking tours around immediately after the STEAM days to get direct feedback of, you know, what was the sensory experience of visiting before and after an industrial archaeology event. So again, that's bringing in more of a kind of touristy audience, but also a bit of a kind of academia audience as well, but really focusing the experience around the smell and the taste. So this was just a summary. I'll just pause it just slightly there. You can see the researcher was looking at different spaces to kind of work through the different aspects of the industrial archaeology experience and the contrasts. Are really trying to draw out these different sensory experiences. So we've done sight, sound, touch, smell. What have we got left? Taste. So what more could you ask for industrial archaeology than a gastronomic approach? So this is industrial archaeology meets gastronome. We're very fortunate we have local businesses who can contribute. Again, we've heard that we had the cider this morning. Now we've got the craft beers this afternoon. And this obviously brings in, like I say, a different demographic, not necessarily coming, they're not coming for the industrial archaeology, but once they're there, they can be engaged in different ways. So that, and also then you've got your kind of local business connectivity. Don't try this at home, but then that leads into that whole world of food festivals, final thoughts. Okay. I'll leave that on. I won't even bother trying to explain that, but it's just there as a visual reference if we want to explore how you get from the top of the funnel with all those different audiences through the classic marketing funnel and down into people who are coming to in person or online to support the industrial archaeology site. I'll pause there.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Gordon. I think we can all agree that that was a really valuable addition to the session. And on the back of that, I have a question, which I hope you might mind me asking first to kick off the Q&A session, but is on the back of a conversation I was having with a friend of mine this week, in fact, and it's for Gordon and for Joe. And the question is, can we apply the multisensory approach that Gordon discussed to YAC resources and sessions to expand and extend the offer into additional needs schools who might be delivering provision for people aged 16 plus? Yeah. Yes, I know. I shouldn't have asked a yes/no question.
Can you hear me? Oh, working this time. Absolutely. So in my life before the CBA, I worked for another organisation and we did a lot of work with SEN schools and with actually CAMS wards. We used to go in and do all sorts of different activities, mainly piloting them to see if they would work. But we did take the sensory approach. So off the back of that, I know that will work. It does take time and you have to work with often individual organisations to shape it for those groups. But I do think there's scope to do that with the YAC. It probably need a bit of funding and a bit of outside expertise, but it's a lovely idea and I definitely think it's doable.
I'd be very open to a conversation for a meeting between us to chat about that.
Will there be cider/beer?
I will open the floor to questions first of all, because we have had a really full programme, so we haven't had much opportunity for questions. And after that, I will then ask you some questions. So can I ask, Jeff, if you want to cover that side of the room and I'll cover this side. Does anybody have any questions for any of the speakers from any of the sessions today? Please feel free to speak now.
Thank you. This is not really a question, it's more a response. Joe was talking about internships and placements this morning, and she was saying that they weren't in favour of unpaid placements. I think there is a place for unpaid placements. My particular local museum is entirely voluntary run, and we had 2 young professionals who did part-time placements with us in collections management and exhibition work. And there's no way we could have paid them at all because we don't have any money. We live from hand to mouth. So I think, what I agree that it's not ideal. There is a place for that unpaid placement.
I know there's no money, don't worry. That is a best case scenario, and I totally appreciate the point you're making there. But as the CBA, we're trying to kind of lead by example, and we think that in order to create equity, that we should be reimbursing or incentivizing or providing something for those members who can't necessarily do unpaid work, and that we're trying to create a balance. Particularly when a lot of archaeological and heritage-based jobs ask for experience, and often that's volunteer experience. We feel that that's often therefore excludes people who can't afford to work for free. So whilst I totally recognise that, and we're trying to kind of move away from that model where we can. It's no judgment on anybody. It's just that's kind of where we're going for those reasons.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions from anybody? If not, I'm very happy. I've got a whole list of questions. Yes, absolutely.
I'm intrigued by the bats. Are bats not harmful to? Sorry, is it asbestos not harmful to bats? And how did the bat protectors react when they learned that their bats were in an asbestos environment?
That's a very good question. I don't know.
Should
Maybe
have warned.
maybe they've adapted into very super resilient bats. I'm not sure. I don't know. They survived, and they were living really happily in a completely contaminated environment. So, what was interesting was removing all of the asbestos without touching any bats. and we actually, the contractor had to design special funnels to allow the bats to continue to move freely while they did the work. So the bats could continue their happy life, and then they came back to a clean house.
I suppose it was habitat improvement for them, essentially,
Yeah.
In the safest way possible.
Yeah, well, I guess the new young bats will have a nice clean environment.
Have a better life expectancy.
I think I've got an answer to that, in that the time it takes for asbestos-related diseases to develop far exceeds the lifespan of a bat.
Thank you very much.
Probably use it as a nesting material anyway.
My next question is for Emma and Liz. You mentioned about copyright permissions, and personally, I would love to know, where do you go for those? How do you chase the copyright owner particularly? Is there a resource or a way that works?
Yeah, it is really tricky and can be a bit of a minefield. I mean, if it's in another book, I mean, often it has the copyright line, you'd hope, and I mean, I think the standard rule as well, if it's in a publication, you should sort of assume that it might belong to the author of that and go to them first, if it's not acknowledged. But I mean, we also have problems where people think it's in the public domain, and it might be someone's estates if they're a well-known artist or photographer, and that you should then try and track down their estates. That could be their widow, or it could be they've given their estate to a library or an institution. So you could look where they've donated their material to and ask them. I mean, libraries often have those sort of queries inboxes that you can sort of go to first. And like sort of Liz said, I mean, often I think doing that does help. I was talking to some PhD students for the Society of Post-Medieval Archaeology, and they were sort of talking about how it actually could be a public sort of archaeology project where they sort of would ask the church, and when they're taking pictures of like the walls, and they can ask sort of local community, and it would be a way of sort of helping and developing their work. But yeah, Liz, if you want to.
I mean, obviously the publisher in this country, places like the British Library or equivalents globally, usually have some information on what the copyright status is. So, for example, we were looking at something recently to do with Christina Rossetti, whose work is out of copyright, but again, it's always worth checking, in particular if you're quoting extensively from their works. It was to do with goblins, wasn't it? Actually, the goblin. Yeah. So yes, I think there are routes, but I would never assume it's okay to use without checking first.
So if it was sort of movie studio,
yeah, you would need to go
you'd
back
have to try and find an email address.
Yeah, either Warner Brothers or Universal or an independent studio. But yes, generally you need to go. And quite often they'll say it's okay on fair dealings, but it depends if there's a commercial aspect to what you're doing as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah,
that was just my personal knowledge. I would quite like to ask Chris, when you were designing your cafe and education area, were sustainable and green outcomes part of your planning? Did you feel that they were more important because of the industrial past of the site, or were they based on modern ethical principles of greenness and climate change?
Well, it is green. We wanted low maintenance, and we were able to do the right heating system. But we designed it for what we perceived to be needed for our particular site, to keep
everything modern out of the old factory, but provide everything that modern visitors want and need and expect at a price we could afford.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a good answer. I'm going to I'm going to cast some questions out to you guys now, and this is really for the AIA to use your opinions to help build our programming. And so I hope you'll all feel comfortable to share your opinions in a kind way. And so the first question I want to ask, and it's really broad, is why are you a member? Why did you become a member? You don't all have to share that, but I'd be really interested to hear some insight into that, if anyone's happy to share that. Oh, lovely, 3 hands. I'll start forward and then go backwards.
Looking at the audience, I think I can guess why many of us started. It was because of something called adult education, evening classes, and that kind of thing, which universities did. You know, we talked about universities earlier, as Jan did. And universities offered evening schools, and industrial archaeology was among the most popular. Michael Ricks, whose name keeps coming up, was in fact an extramural teacher in the University of Birmingham. He wasn't he was an academic, obviously, but he created a view that there was this new subject. And a lot of us attended, and I am well aware, looking at their age, they probably started in the 1970s, and now they are, I've got to the end of that period, trying to persuade London University of late to actually start up industrial archaeology teaching again has proved totally impossible.
I started working at the Science Museum in 1970 in the exhibition department, having been a student in Bath and having discovered all sorts of wonderful things around here, working with the architects on this university. One of the people was involved in saving a building that was being knocked down, Bowlers. Bowlers will go and see at the museum work in Bath, the Museum of Bath at Work, I think it's called, on Sunday. My tutor at the college was asked to go and photograph Bowlers before it closed down. Bowlers ran for, I don't know, 140 years or something like that. And the architect purchased the entire contents of the building, put it in a garage for a while, a barn, and ultimately it became the museum. Now, while that was happening, the lady who was doing the photography took me around places here and showed me derelict locks, derelict canal sites, active industrial archaeology sites. Industrial archaeology became three-dimensional, became interesting. She was very nice. I liked going out with her. It was great fun. So that's nothing to do with it. And then I moved to the Science Museum, and shortly after starting there was a meeting called over the road in Imperial College. And these guys at the front said, we think AIA is a good idea and we'd like you to join. Now, this is immediately following on from a conference the year before when Arthur Elton had suggested there should be a society. Arthur had died before the meeting, but Tom Rolt was there encouraging us to join. So was a young man called Neil Cossens, somebody called Angus Buchanan, and John Smith. John Smith, you might know, was the founder of the Landmark Trust, Westminster MP, great benefactor and so on. And they said, this is great stuff, well, come and join us. So I joined that day, and that was 23rd of March, 1974. I've been a member ever since.
So as long as we can get people hooked, they'll stay forever. Whilst I pass the microphone to Mike, I'm going to ask anyone on Zoom, would you mind dropping your reasons or reason in the chat, because I'm very aware that I don't want you guys to miss out on contributing to the session as well.
Thank you. Thank you. With a PhD in the Iron Age and Romano British landscape, I found myself in the early 1990s working for a commercial archaeology unit in Manchester, where I grew up, mainly working on industrial buildings and industrial site. And it became very rapid to me as a young professional, which I think is probably relevant to part of what we're talking about today, that was where most of the interest in archaeology in a big industrial city like Manchester lay. So that grabbed my attention. As David DeHaan mentioned, it was the fact that industrial archaeology became three-dimensional. And also, as David Perrett mentioned, I was lucky enough to be in at the tail end of extramural teaching at the University of Manchester, where there were some significant people teaching about industrial archaeology. So, so I made a very hard-headed decision, actually. I joined both Society of Promotion for the Society of Post-Medieval Archaeology and the Association of Industrial Archaeology at the same time in the mid-1990s. And decided that AIA was more interesting, more relevant than what I was doing as a young professional, and ended up on council thanks to Marilyn Palmer. So Marilyn's responsible for that. Hi. Horrible feedback. Okay, is that better? I gather I was mentioned this morning, which is very embarrassing since I was stuck on the M5. I'm more recent than the people who've just spoken. I've been a member for just over 20 years, and I did attend a conference in 2003. Soon after I joined. I did a master's degree at Ironbridge Institute in industrial archaeology, and seemed an obvious thing to do to join AIA, simply to get to know people who had been doing it a lot longer than me. It was effectively, networking, I suppose you'd call it. It was about getting to know people. I soon found myself sucked into a council because still, you know about health and safety, don't you? So that's why I got sucked in. But things just grew from there. But it was this, deliberate decision. Once I decided that I was going to, my second career was going to be industrial archaeology, then it's obviously a way of finding out who's gone before, who to talk to about this.
Thank you very much. Jeff, have you got a microphone? Nice.
So it's clear from I think all the answers we've had so far that it's to do with individuals inviting us to get involved in some way. And that perhaps is a clue to how to move forward in the future. It's this interpersonal relationship. That's certainly true of me. I was doing an apprenticeship in the aircraft industry, and some volunteers who worked for the company said, come out with us this weekend and help us fix a great big old steam engine. What they actually wanted was a small lad to come and clean all the oil out of the basement, which is where I got hooked. Basically, this is fun, changed my career, but all because two people in the place where I was working said, come and get involved.
I think advocacy is really important, isn't it? And letting people. Which one? Which one? Oh, Jeff's going up that way. Yep.
Oh yeah, a slightly different reason. The name of a publisher, David and Charles, was really how I got interested. I was, like a lot of people, at the young age, a railway enthusiast, and you read the Railway magazine. In those days, the back page was always an advertisement for David and Charles, and they advertised on not just books about railways, but intriguing sounding books on various subjects, industrial archaeology, of this, that, and the other. And someone turned up in my local library, and I borrowed them, and that's basically how I became interested in the subject. And yeah, I didn't join the society until 1986, I think it was, after I was a bit older, been through university. So, yeah, but yeah, that's what started me off. David and Charles, publishers.
It's really nice to hear how long people have been members, and I hope if we can attract new members, we can get them to stay on.
There are 2 points come in from our Zoom audience. Kelly Griffiths says, I'm a member of AIA, as I am a commercial archaeologist in the Northwest and spend a lot of time digging industrial archaeology. It's now ended up to be my main interest, the only period I read about in my spare time, which is in contrast to being firmly attached to prehistory in university. Stephen Broadhead comments, I've always been interested in history. I'm a member of many history-based organisations. The project that I'm promoting is the restoration of Manchester's Underground Canal, Manchester and Salford Junction Canal. Andrew Milson comments, not actually a member, I was only recently aware that it existed. I joined the Yorkshire Archaeological and Historical Society Industrial History section about 3 years ago as retirement loomed, and now edit their newsletter. I'm pleased to say that they're one of the affiliates who regularly give me their list of meetings and other events they organise, which I'm pleased to put on our website events diary. Anyone else from any other affiliated societies who's listening, please take note.
I'm so pleased that you now know we exist. That's a win for the day.
Just a slightly different background, but I think relevant for thinking about this new audiences. I live on the site of a former industrial archaeology site, and it was actually through the Residents Association that I began to research the history of the site for community and self-interest. You take a great interest in a site's decontamination and remediation history when you live on it. And I just wonder whether, given the density of redevelopments of former sites on brownfield sites, is there a direct marketing strategy that the AIA should be looking at to actually go to all these redeveloped retail and particularly residential sites particularly in urban areas? Does that get you a new audience and new membership? Question.
I really like that question because it highlights how our affiliated societies can also support us through, obviously we have limited capacity, but where we do, we try and get out and about, but it'd be really nice to be able to do that sort of outreach, and that's going down on my list of ideas.
I joined back in '79 after hearing what had gone on at the '78 conference and realized that industrial archaeology covered so many interests that I have, textiles right from a very early age, all sorts of other things. When I was briefly in Canada, I did a little bit of dirt archaeology practice, which was looking for excavating the site of a former 19th century pottery, which had vanished under woods. AIA has been so good in letting me have the opportunity to visit sites, working sites, to see industrial production and so on, which I would never manage to do as an individual.
Thank you. I'm not sure if that's a raised hand or not. I'll pop to Otis in a moment, just in case it is. That answer is, it leads really nicely into my next question, which is, what do you like best about conference if you've been going to conference for a long time? Because we can assume that the things that you like about conference might be something that other people might enjoy about conference, and maybe things that you don't like about conference. I say that very tentatively. Yes, Jeff, go on.
Meeting a lot of equally mad people.
Otis, have you got your hand up, or is that a mouse? I can't tell, sorry.
No, I haven't got my hand up.
Would you like to? No, just kidding. Yeah,
Don't really have much to say. I suppose it's really important that we hear from members about what they think regarding the conference. But yeah.
Yeah, so it would be really great if anybody wants to share what they like best about conference with the group. Can I tempt anybody? Can I tempt anyone on panel to share what they like about conference, or what they might like to have at a future conference? That might be an easier question. Okay. I'm going to go back and then I'll come forwards.
I think the key thing about the conference is it takes you to a particular place and an opportunity to, to learn about, what goes on in that area, with input from the local people who really do know about it. And, sort of over the years, the fact it's been, we've very rarely gone back to the same place twice. It's, it's built up a fantastic sort of picture of the geography and the history of the country that, that I wouldn't have been so aware of otherwise. So I think it's the, the spatial side of it, and the locality is the thing that makes each conference, particularly unique and worth coming to.
Brilliant, thank you.
Well, of course, it's I agree entirely with Jeff's view about meeting other mad people, yeah, we're all like that. I've run 2 or 3 conferences, either in whole or in part, but the difficulty now is that we do not have the attraction of access that we used to have. The London conference, I was able to just phone up Thames, well, it wasn't Thames Water then, but the equivalent to Thames Water, and just say, can I bring a coach load to the pumping station next, during the conference? And they just say yes. And now in London in particular, I don't know about other regions, the answer is no. Health and safety is what's really killing conference in the way that we've known and loved it over the last 50 years.
Yeah, I think health and safety is one of the many challenges that we have, isn't it? I'm coming over to Bill now because there's some more comments in the chat, I think.
Yes, Stephen Broadhead has attended conference before, I'm sure. I says he would like to, but he has now become a carer for a parent and isn't able to get out so much. So I think the technology probably helps with that, and is one reason why we have to continue with this kind of event.
Yeah, care commitments both for older parents, partners, and for children has been identified as a barrier by a lot of people that we've spoken to, and that's why we think it's really important to put on these hybrid events. I know they're a little bit clunky; they're still in their infancy, but I'm really pleased with how today is panning out. So it's definitely something that we will be continuing with. I would be keen now, as we have a panel of experts sat in front of us, to hear your opinions on how we can attract more people, younger people, into the Association for Industrial Archaeology, and how we can retain people as well. I'm going to do a sweep up the line, okay, to make sure everyone gets a chance. If you're happy with that, do it. Gordon, do you? Would you rather not? Chris, you've been nominated. Yeah, we'll start with you. We'll start at this end. I'm going to take notes.
I think you've got to convince them it's fun. I think the lady on my right had a lot of those ideas, but it's when they first arrive, they've got to want to stay and come back, and that's probably a make or break event. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm only joking. Was only joking. I was just going to say, I just really wanted to reiterate and agree with the hybrid approach. As a parent of a 5-year-old, I don't get out much. This is my first in-person conference for a long time because of that reason, but I have attended a lot of hybrid conferences online. And unfortunately, there seems to be a bit of a dip now we're out of COVID for hybrid conferences. A lot of people want to get back to face-to-face, which I totally understand. But I think making at least some part of it hybrid is really important for that kind of caring angle, but also because a lot of people can't afford to travel. A lot of conferences are abroad, for example, and there's a rail strike every other weekend. So, I think that's a really important point, and one not to be forgotten in the future as people kind of want to go on trips and stuff like that. And the other point is about, if you want to engage young people, you need to talk to them first, and don't assume you know what they want and how they will interact and what they're going to do. Ask them, involve them. I mean, it's great that you have your young person group here, and we're developing that at the CBA at the moment for ourselves, and trying to embed young people. But yeah, please talk to those who you actually want to engage at that age range.
Yeah, I don't know, this might be controversial, but I think as in the world of publishing, and international perspectives are really important, and having a hybrid conference really helps with that kind of aspect. So for example, with the Twine Works, I mean, I don't know what's going on in Twine Works in other areas of the world, for example, or whether things might be approached differently. So having those other regional aspects helps to put a broader framework in place. Also, I think with members, I mean, Juan's map was absolutely telling, wasn't it, where the corporate of studies in China, in North America, etc. So again, bringing in, I know the Society for Industrial Archaeology in the States. I'm sure you want to be much better than they are. So, what can you bring? How can you draw in people from those geographical regions, again, into what you do as an organisation? But I know it's controversial because you don't want to alienate your core members, but again, I think drawing in those newer, younger members, that's probably going to be fairly crucial, isn't it? Particularly given, sadly, that, industrial archaeology isn't studied so much on the research side in the UK. I mean, that research has to be going somewhere, doesn't it? And being delivered in some way. Yeah, sorry, I'll stop now and I'll start rambling, but
yeah, similar to that, I think it being difficult times for people with money, that we're seeing it across all the societies we work with, trying to retain members. Like, you might get them as a student and then lose them when they transition to the sort of ordinary or higher price category, and then you might get people rejoining when it's retired. So I mean, maybe thinking about if donations, and I've been talking to other societies, if there's that possibility where people have got more money and they can contribute, maybe doing like a sort of donation along with their membership to sort of subsidize the lower prices for students or young members, might be something to try and like encourage them to renew, because I guess it's keeping people involved. I think also, like you said, like getting people young and listening to what they want to sort of continue that, make sure they continue to renew, or asking them maybe why they haven't renewed, and why they joined in the first place and left without any sort of shame asking them. But yeah, I think sometimes with academic societies, and I mean it's I mean the AIA is interested in sort of that sort of practice, and also the academic side of the journal. So you sort of got two like different audiences and people sort of joining for different reasons. So maybe that as well might sometimes put people off, what they think. Certainly for journals, I know in publishing, people think, oh, it's not for them because they are sort of just more interested in industrial heritage, industrial archaeology. So they're getting known, I guess, that is a space for them, but how to do that, I'm not sure. And it sounds very a bit going off on, I know my dad, the only journal that he'll read is the Industrial Archaeology Review. I gave him Ian Miller's article on the car works at Stockport, because where he worked for Ford's. So it kind of appeals, it's that kind of working background everyone can relate to. There is, I think, a sort of big sell of the association. It's not, about English country houses. That's only 1% of the population. And the same with looking, I guess, at more diverse communities. I mean, often diverse communities, immigration come over as working in factories and work in more working class backgrounds. So it's, I guess, relating people to that as well might be interesting. Yeah, I'll stop now.
I think it's just such an issue that we've been really struggling with as the Young Members Board, because it's kind of been the conversation of every single meeting that we've had, is how do we get more young members. And it sounds like from what everyone was saying, a lot of people started there or ignited their interest through work. So I'm not sure if that's something we could perhaps explore, although none of my colleagues have come to today's conference. And I think, yeah, just getting that interest maybe in your work environment, because that's where young people are actually involved, and or getting involved. That could be something to explore. And then just from a sort of echoing what was said by Joe, I think in terms of cost and the hybrid nature of a conference, I think that just opens up the opportunity for more people to join. I know for myself, I won't be attending the whole conference. It's a time barrier, but also just, yeah, because of work commitments, would love to be able to, but maybe thinking about how that could be connected into CPD perhaps, because I know a lot of people our age would want to attend a conference if there's a benefit to their career progression, if they can prove that they've attended something that is going to be beneficial professionally. And attending something like today definitely is, because we've heard some fantastic stories, and I think we've all learned something really useful today. So I think CPD is definitely an option. And also I think the work that Juan is doing, connecting us with more international groups and students, is fantastic. So thank you, Juan. I hope we can get more people like Juan to get involved, but I don't know how.
Just to go back to the multisensory approach from a museum perspective, the tactile dimension has proven to be an extremely powerful differentiator. One of the most successful campaigns that the museum ran last year was targeting family days out with the tagline, "Please touch the exhibits," and showing a whole series of hands-on activities. And I think, obviously, again, talking about health and safety within reason, but that premise of a hands-on analog experience, I think that's a huge differentiator for industrial archaeology, thinking about that whole museum visitor experience. So I think, again, thinking about all within that multisensory approach, then what are those really hands-on activities that can drive a very, we're talking that size audience, but scaling it up for there's obviously potential then for all kinds of workshops, creative content creation that could maybe appeal to that bridging demographic that I think we talked, that drop off. How do you attract and maintain that audience through the teen years? Is that a reasonable observation?
May I say something?
Yes, go for it.
Well, I very much following this idea that Gordon Davis has just commented. From my own experience working with university students, what attract students the most, these young people, I'm working with people normally between 20, 23 years old, I would say is the industrial ring. The possibility, that sensoriality that the industrial ring evokes, even the possibility of having that intimacy with the past. And in that sense, I like very much the work presented by Vanessa, because from my own experience, it's exactly that kind of place that attracts more young people. Although, of course, there are some issues to consider. For example, Vanessa was talking about asbestos contamination, so obviously it's not a good place to take the students in. And also some other issues to consider, like in order to create that experience, multisensorial experience that Gordon was explaining, we also need the smell, and that may involve burning coal, which is not very much aligned with the current concept. I not in the industrial archaeology course, but in the critical industrial heritage studies course, I normally discuss with my students that industrial heritage and the industrial museums have a responsibility regarding the climate change because the climate change is a result to a great extent of industrialization. So industrial heritage, industrial museums cannot only celebrate the industrial past, they need also to critically address and try to solve some of the problems that we have in the present, but are root comes from the industrial past. So burning coal, of course, is a good idea for creating that sensorial experience, but it also may be in conflict with some of our current problems. But anyway, I just wanted to say that from my point of view, it is the industrial ring and the possibility for young people to physically touch the past, to make that very physical contact with the industrial period and how it has arrived into the present that attract more people. In some cases, because intellectual reasons, but in others, just for aesthetic reasons, even because it can look very well in a selfie on Instagram or for a TikTok video. So yeah, that is what I wanted to contribute. That from my own experience, the way of attracting more people here is bringing them to the industrial ruins, to the very archaeological. Although I do understand the problems that are also involved, talking about health and safety, about doing that. That is what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Juan. I'm going to ask Gordon, are you happy to share your promotional video now?
Just one for actually quite thanks, Juan. You actually just prompted me on the fueling side. The fuel that you saw in the video was crushed olive stones and molasses that were being burnt, and that actually leads on then into this relationship between industry and agriculture. Again, it's been touched on earlier today, and certainly how that interrelationship, I think it's often set up as a antagonism, but there is a history of a relationship between industry and agriculture, and that is perhaps one dimension, that whole eco-fueling that could certainly be explored to reach agricultural audiences and thinking about how they get involved in industrial archaeology. So that's an aside, but we do have, thanks Juan for saying up till, it's about 1 o'clock in the morning in Beijing.
No, well, not yet. It's a little bit late.
After midnight.
Yeah,
well, just for you, we have a shameless promotion for the 5th East-West workshop. Juan, I don't know, do you want to just say a few words and then we'll run the promo?
Great. Thank you very much for that.
So that's another example of trying to reach new audiences, international twinning.
So Gordon will be speaking with Juan at the next East-West workshop. They've been really popular in the past. So if you keep an eye out online and you do see one coming up, it's well worth a watch. And we have kept to time beautifully. So if you wouldn't mind giving all of our speakers today a big thank you and a round of applause. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And please catch us on the way out via email. We can forward that on as well. Thank you everyone on Zoom for being very patient on a long day. It's great to have you with us, and everyone's excused.